all the permissions, and can make or create different accounts. Um, they can give permissions, take permissions away. So with that being said, this account needs to be heavily guarded with a decent password, as well as everybody doesn't need to know that the root account actually exists. um, if they don't know about it, then we don't really need to tell them about it. And definitely, if we having third party members work on those computers, we definitely don't want to give them the root account password. Just for pro tip: if you ever need to give out a password, it's just, there's no way around it. You have to give the password out. I want you to immediately, after that person has been finished working on the PC or what have you, change the password. Change the password, and you don't have to worry about shutting down the account. Just change the password to make sure that they're not able to get to the account anymore. Now, sudo is also a command that can elevate your permissions on your, let's say, your lesser account. So it may be a user account, but you need to have elevated account at that elevated privileges at that time. You can use a command in the Linux world called sudo, um, to actually bring your permissions as a elevated level and be able to make the changes that you need to. Sorry. um Now, you can also, in the command center, you can also use these different commands to add a user, make modifications to a user, which is the user mod, and then you could delete a user too. But typically, these commands can be executed only if you have the sudo command. And this sudo command normally comes with a password that's coupled with it. Um, you can make those changes to a user there, or if you have the root account username and password, you're able to make those changes there. I'm sorry. Okay, file permissions. So in the Linux world, um, they do file permissions a bit different, where we use in the Windows world, we could pull up a file. Let's say, let me go back to my here. We can go and right click on a file. Let's go to permission properties. Can I do it here? Or maybe I need a actual document. Properties, security. And then if you see the permissions here, to change the permissions, I would have to click edit, and then I can add and choose what member can be of this file and who has access to it, right? And then if really wanted to get granular with it, I can go down here and then check the boxes on if I want them to read or write or execute, right? Now, here's the thing about Linux is that you could do the same thing. And I mean, don't get me wrong. If you're in the command prompt, there are commands that can do this in the Windows world. It's just, and even in the Mac and the Linux world, we typically do this in a OS system. But for these particular slides, we're talking more about the terminal window. Um, in the Linux world, we're using this matrix here as far as what you can do when it comes to reading, which is represented by the R, writing W, and then execution will be the X. Now, these are on a nomenclature scale. So read is for 4, write is 2, and then 1 is a execute. Add them up, and then you typically get your number on what you can actually do when it comes to uh, the permissions to that file. Now, if these dashes here, they are um, if they're missing, then that mean well, a W is supposed to be in where this dash is at. So since this person doesn't have a W there, they can read and then they can execute, but they're not able to write and actually change, let's say, a application. Whereas maybe we have a sensitive document and a person can only read the document, they cannot write or execute any type of changes to it. Okay, so that's what those dashes are. They are typically coupled in this three letter three letter configuration. But if you see dashes there, that means that they don't have any permissions to do whatever's missing, right? And these are some more commands that I would say that are typical with Linux and Windows. Change mod or chmod. I had different people say it differently, but anyway, change mod is just to be able to change the modifications of it, being able to make changes to a particular file. You can give that command in order to execute those type of things. And then the change ownership or change group is typically we're taking this same file here, and if we're going to change the ownership, then I could change the ownership just by going to properties, and then I could change that probably up in here with the username, the usernames and groups. I can change who actually uh, is responsible for the particular document. Groups is the same thing. You would change that up in here on an OS. Now we're talking about a a terminal, so this is something different, and these are the commands that you would do in order to make those things happen. Now in the Linux world, um, package management or getting a application downloaded and then actually install, totally different. In the when it comes to downloading a application through the terminal, this is totally different than anything you will come across. You're gonna send commands out to a repository, and then they're going to pull all of the contents of your application down, and then you will use commands to actually install them. Now after that install, then it will be on you to understand the commands that you need to send out in order to upgrade that software as well. So things like this, I think, is this is where Linux administrators they make their money at. This is where they are um, niched into their particular sector. And if you don't know about it, then you really are kind of lost at it. But the wonderful thing about it is that anybody can, again, like I say, get your virtual box and download some Linux systems and practice these things on your own to get some type of feel for it too. Now, also we have in the with the lab that we're going to do today, they let you go back and forth with those commands and see exactly how it's done. And trust me, you want to have those instructions from the lab, because those instructions will guide you and take the a lot of the thought process out of it. Because it's, trying to set up a Linux machine just by watching a YouTube video is torture. And I wouldn't necessarily want you to do that, but at the same time, there's no if that's the way you have to get that knowledge, then I'm gonna say that you just got to do what you got to do. All right. Now, the last thing in this section, let's talk about the process ID, the PID. Uh, when you're downloading all of those contents of an application, it could be a ton of information that you see here, um, and it's going to that processor is going to take its time to actually go through each and every one of those processes, make sure that it fulfills each and every one of those things, and they're typically um, numbered in this process, which is the PID. That PID will shows who is next, and then really kind of the importance of those different commands. And so if you see those things or they're out of order or something like that, then you will know, um, well, I'm getting out of the scope. But just understand that this is the order on which that processor is going to go by installing each and every one of those commands. All right. You'll see a lot of this in the Windows world, PID, when it comes to a print server or some type of print queue where we have tons of information trying to be printed off at one time, and that PID will let you know. I'm sorry, say it again. Oh, that scared me. Hey, all right. In a print queue, so that print queue will let you know exactly who's next in the print jobs. Any questions before we get into the features of the Mac OS? And again, if those commands sounded a little bit kind of fuzzy, like what is he talking about? Wait till we do the lab. That hopefully that will straighten out a lot of things for you. All right. Mac OS, the features of Mac OS. Like I said, it's a sister OS operating system to Linux. So they're going to have a lot of things that are the same. Um, but the user experience is a lot better in um, Mac OS versus Linux. Linux is, you can see here in this picture back here, it's not really it's just kind of like your typical, this is what a computer guy would have his background to be, and it's not just, it just doesn't have it, in my opinion. But it's free, so what are you gonna complain about? The the Mac user, I mean the Mac OS on the other hand is a lot more friendlier. User experience is through the roof. They make everything real smooth and easy to learn, even though it could be a little intimidating in the beginning. The Spotlight feature, which is their search feature, I think they are the ones who kind of reinvented. I think they are the ones who redesigned that type of feature. Whereas the start menu for Windows was good in Windows 7, going into Windows 8, but it didn't search across the whole operating system. It kind of searched within just the programs, um, and it will. Windows has came a long way when it came to the actual user experience, whereas Mac OS and anything that's coming from Apple, um, it is pretty much a home run every time when it comes to user experience. It's very easy to pick up their products and become a master at it if you're willing to give your time and effort to it. And so I I can't say that, I wouldn't. Well, let me not get into that. But anyway, the terminal will be the same when it comes to Linux and Mac OS. They will be the same, and the commands will run in the same line as well. Now, the Apple keyboard. This is one of the things that kind of threw me for a loop when I first was introduced to a workstation from Apple, where they had their mouse. I don't know if I could show the mouse. This mouse, this threw me for a loop too. And you've been working with a mouse your whole career, and it has two little buttons on it, where this doesn't. I think you had to hit it with two fingers on one side or whatever. But it's it's weird to learn something new, but then it's like, oh yeah, I get it after you learn it for a period of time. The keyboard, on the other hand, I still have problems with that as far as running administrative things on it. So if you've never seen a Apple computer or a keyboard, real quick, um, has anybody in here has never worked on a Apple product or a Mac OS or any type of Mac? Has anybody never touched that?
I haven't.
Okay. Let me bring up the keyboard real quick just to show you what I'm talking about. The keyboard looks like this. Now, it's typical, right? Your your keys are the same as far as the alphabet is concerned. There's nothing wrong with the numbers. And some of the commands up here are the same. This threw me for a loop when I first seen it. The function key, the control key, and then this command key over here. I was like, what in the world? And then you had another command key over here. And these mean something to them. Or I'm not, no, I'm sorry. These mean something to the users in that Apple community because they they use these a lot more than what a Windows user will use a control key for or alt key. I doubt if anybody have ever used really their function key for any type, unless you have function keys at the top around where your numbers are. But on a typical Windows keyboard, you don't really have these keys down here. And to set up a Apple Mac OS, you will need to understand where these function keys are, and then I think it was something else with the mouse that needed to be done too. But either way, big learning curve. Um, if you never done anything with it, it would kind of make it things right out of the box kind of frustrating. Yeah, I haven't even seen the global key. So the global key takes place of what key? The one of the command keys, because oh maybe
Um,
models.
from as much as I know, because this is a more dated version of the Apple keyboard. I guess the newer models has the global key. I mean, since I've had MacBook, I've always seen the globe. But essentially, it's like a time type thing. It's the FN key. It's basically the FN key, the function key. But if you hold it for a specific amount of time, it does different things. So it's like a long hold type ordeal, if that makes sense.
Like a sticky key.
I I wouldn't say sticky key necessarily. Maybe. I'm not really familiar with sticky keys because I think that's more of like a Windows feature.
Mhm.
But if you just like hold it, it gives you more options than the options that you already get. Because the function key, um, is of course for the functions up there, but by long holding that button, the global key, you can get options depending on which application you're in.
Oh, okay. So it brings up even more
I don't
options.
know. It might
Depending.
help to like look up like a newer version of the Apple keyboard because it might have the glow on there.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've seen the little globe before. Yeah, yeah. I've seen that. And actually, I've seen the aftermarket keyboards that they sell for Apples. Um, they have that global key too.
And that little I don't even know what to describe what it looks like, but the little cricket Y with scoliosis is the option key. The little symbol you was talking about earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And this is a curve that I think if you're gonna get into um to the Apple ecosystem, then this is a learning curve that you would have to get over because in the Windows world, we don't. Because my thought process is that the option key is the equivalent of a alt key. So if I'm going to do Control Alt Delete, I'm mashing. My hands are just going to go into that action of okay, the alt button will be here. I'm going to hit this option key, and if that doesn't work, I'm hitting the command key. And I assume the control key works as the same way that a control key works in a Windows PC, but I might be wrong on that. I'm more than likely I am. But this system preferences, um to your point, this is more of a older look to it. um but it is a lot sleeker than what you would get when it comes to going to the this is the equivalent of going to the control panel in Windows. And we could do, let's say, it's just, it has a better, I think it just it's laid out a lot better than what Windows operating systems are, in my opinion. Now, moving on, we already are aware about Apple IDs. Um, they are migrating everything to be profile generated. So we want to make sure that if you're working with users, if they don't understand or know about their Apple ID or the password that gets to it, then you may have some issues. Quick question: um, when you put in um, a password change for your Apple ID, does it still take a couple of days before the Apple help desk actually gets back with you, or is it a lot quicker when they send you a recovery email?
It's a lot quicker.
Okay, I remember it used
It's
to take.
just like changing your Gmail password.
Like, yeah, it is
Okay.
nothing official anymore. It's just like it's easy as just go in there and change password. And if you do you mean like if you don't know your old password, like recovering your password?
Yeah, like so we used to run into the issue where an employee would leave and then they would leave their iPhone or their iPad, but they forgot to log out of the Apple I mean the they will forget to log out of their Apple ID, and so we would have to put in um, recovery keyword passwords with them. And Apple used to give us these emails like, "Hey, wait until we call you," which be it'll be like maybe a week or two before they actually give you a call, and then they want to go through the security processes of asking them their name, address, and all that good stuff before they actually send you a code to go and change your password. So I'm assuming that's not the way it is now, which is great because I used to dread that as far as trying to get in contact with Apple. I would try to make sure that people remember their Apple ID password, and then I wouldn't even try to make them understand their keychain password. But I would definitely get people kind of mad. Well, people get mad at me when I tell them that their keychain password is probably not going to be the same password as your regular password for the Apple ID, where you know at that time, biometrics wasn't really, well, we're talking about on the desktop or the laptop. They really just made you, have a bunch of passwords for and and enforce the different, tough passwords too. So for certain users. But nevertheless, they are, I think they really kind of built their persona on being secure. And a lo- I don't know if you guys really say it now, but I would imagine, a lot of, well, not imagine, a lot of people would say that, Apple was very secure. And that's why they got their computers to be an Apple, is because they felt like they had the most or the best security. I don't know if that's what users are saying now, but, that's what they said when I was coming up. But File Vault is no different than what Windows will offer when it comes to not secure boot, BitLocker. This is encryption on the whole hard drive disk and being able to lock that down. Now that probably comes with another password that you have to understand and keep on you, but that security is there. Now, Apple ID should be married right up with iCloud. Everything, everything that goes onto your Mac will typically be found into the iCloud. Um, I always liked it. I like this feature of Macs because Windows fails. They failed at the Windows Phone back in the day. I don't even think y'all remember that, but they came out with a I don't, it wasn't made by Nokia, but I think it was made by them. And this was around the Windows 8 timeframe. And it was supposed to be the phone that was an extension of the desktop. Whatever you changes you made on the phone, it would automatically update to the Windows desktop. It never came into fruition as far as the user experience. It was a phone that got hot, turned off. It never. It would once you plug it up to the desktop, it would just freeze. And they kind of they kind of left that sector thinking that maybe it wouldn't blow up at that time. We're talking about early 2000s, not early, but maybe like 2006, 7. So it turned, this is the turn where the iPod and the iPhone was just catching traction, and they really kind of solidified what it was to have an extension of the desktop or your laptop on your mobile device. And they would, soon as you would come into contact with your those two devices, they would share information like this. Now this is it would upload your information on from the phone to the desktop, which would now your desktop be the cloud. um, and then whenever you got a new iPhone or iPad, you can always just download that information to that new device. Nowadays, everything is in the cloud, so you don't even have to have an iMac or a MacBook. You could just have the phone, and you could pull all your information from the cloud anyway, including a ton of applications that you had on different other Apple devices that you had. So it's when it comes to their ecosystem is top notch. It works with if it has an Apple on it, it can talk to the other Apple products no problem. And they're getting better with adding more non-Apple products into their ecosystem, but they definitely are made for just their own products. Now, another security feature that you would know from Apple, the App Store, is that the the security that they have when it comes to not letting anybody and everybody put their app in that store. You have to be verified and have a legit application. A bad thing about Android, and I'm gonna bash them a little bit, is that sometimes you can run across some bad applications in in the Google Play Store, and it's it can be a little bit scary because sometimes you want applications for functionality, and Android is willing to give you the functionality, but sometimes it's a wild west out there in the application field, and you may get something that may be spying on you, may be taking the information that you put into it. Majesty.
Okay, so I don't know if you're aware of it. Well, you might have an iPhone, but there's a specific thing that Apple does that I don't know on the conversation of the App Store. So I don't know if it's like a privacy thing where like when you signed up or terms of service, but when you owe Apple money, they like lock the Apple Store. I'm sure you're familiar with
No.
that. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah. Okay. So, um, indifference is why I was asking, like, and what maybe this is like a copyright thing, because this never really made sense to me. But with Google Play, the App Store on, Android, it's open source. You can download anything on there. But with Apple specifically, if you owe money to them, or I want to say any application, then they will lock the Apple Store from you being able to purchase anything, download anything, even if it's free, like just even really just utilize their app store until you've cleared all of your debts. So how does that work if you're aware?
If you what, what do you mean? How does it work?
I mean, like in terms of like copyright, because well, I don't know if the word is copyright or terms of service. It's
Are
just
you saying is that right? Do they have the right to do that?
in a way, I guess, because I
Okay, that's
was,
right. I mean, it's their Play Store.
I
I
guess
mean,
so.
it's their App Store. They that's from a business standpoint, and I guess now me talking about it from a older man standpoint, I'm looking at it like, yeah, that's what I want. I don't want nobody playing around. You owe me money. Nah, if because look at it like this. If I'm developing my own app, this app brings me money, and you done bought something on my app. The card was a gift card, right? 'Cause I just tried this. Not saying I'm trying to scam or nothing like this, but I have a $25 gift card. I bought something that was $25 and 66 cents. I was thinking Amazon was just gonna put it on my profile and let me pay the 66 cents later. Nah, they was like, nah, insufficient funds. So I was like, okay, I'll pay it with another card. But in the case of the app store, if you bought something off the app store and you have insufficient funds, but I already gave you the product, now I'm losing out as a creator. And so the one thing that'll keep good creations or good creators, top tier creators coming to the Apple store is that they can have that to hang their hats on. Like, yeah, people ain't just, taking my content and then treat me any old kind of way. And then Google's not handling that or fighting for me as the person. Apple, they can look at Apple and it's like, yeah, they'll shut the whole phone down. The only thing you could do, and like, the only thing I think they can't really do is maybe make it to where you can't make a phone call because you got to, or they might be able to could do that to where maybe they can only make you do an emergency call 911, but you're going into the whole who runs the phone lines or who's you're playing with, and if they have a contract with them, then maybe they can do that. All in all, is it is it do they have the right to do so? Yeah, it's their business. They probably have it in some type of clause somewhere to where this is what's going to happen, and this is in the benefit of our creators. Um, is it morally right? You get people to go both ways on that. So that's honestly, I think that's dope though. You owe the money, I shut the whole phone down. Pay the money. Which could be bad because sometimes your kids could get the phone and run them jokes up, and you got to come up with that. So I don't know. Now that I think about it, maybe that's not so cool. So I don't know because
appeal process where you can like go through it, like appeal charges and stuff like that, and they'll like
I'm sorry,
take it off your account.
Kristen. You sound kind of low. Can you say it one more time?
But they have like a appeal process to it where you can like go in and say like you didn't purchase A B C D E F G or that you want to like cancel your subscription, and usually it'll you know unlock the app store. But yeah,
Oh, so you got to put disputes in.
if you go through appeal process, it's usually like now if you owe them like $20, $30, no. But like for 4 or 5, usually they'll go ahead and unlock it.
Oh, so the threshold will probably be around $20. They're probably gonna make you pay that.
Yeah, they'll make you pay that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's
And
been plenty of times where I had like a subscription, I didn't pay them. I just went and like contested the charges on it, like, oh, I was canceling that, and they'll unlock the app store, and then they'll get back to you
I'm sorry,
on
hold
whether
on.
or not it was good.
It's like a subscription to like Netflix or something like
Well,
that.
let's say it's like the charge you owe them is like a subscription, like it's like you owe them for Netflix because you linked your Netflix, whatever, like you bought it through the App Store. You know what I'm saying?
What? Hold on now. Now that's different.
Because my Crunchyroll is like that. It's like my anime like
right, it's so weird.
subscription.
Because it's like
If
Apple
I went through
itself.
Apple and got
Oh,
it, like I got it on my phone, and so it goes through them kind of to take the
Okay.
money out and stuff.
yeah, and
All
that's a
right.
big problem with Apple in itself because there's two different ways. You can either, at this point, also I feel like Apple is its own bank in itself because there's two ways to charge for services. You can either charge your services directly through the Apple Store, and or you can like circumvent this and go to like the actual app's website in order to purchase any type of subscription. The problem with this though is that Apple is, just to summarize, an a-hole, and a lot of times it will force for users to only go through the Apple Store in order to like process transactions. Why? Because Apple takes a profit off of those any transaction that's put through it. So that's what I'm saying. Like you're talking about some, out that's like security, but it's like at the same time, Apple takes money from them. Like for a moment, Spotify was
I
having a
ain't saying
big
security was free now.
for a moment, Spotify was having like a big issue with Apple because Apple has Apple Music, and essentially what they would do, they made the Spotify subscription like more expensive if you have an iPhone compared to if you have an Android. So it was unfair, and they didn't really give Spotify the rights to manage their own, honestly, transactions for iPhone-based products.
I'm stuck at y'all are not setting up these applications on a computer. Y'all are doing this all through the phone.
It just goes straight to the phone. Like honestly, that's how a lot of my stuff is right now. Like any streaming services, any apps, honestly, is all charged through Apple, which is then connected to your card.
And they like incentivize you getting like the Apple card so you can like do it
Mm-hmm.
quicker. Like if you get the Apple Pay Apple card,
Yeah, to
you
upload
can
your
do it
wallet.
quicker than your wallet. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And so it's convenient. I'm not gonna lie. That's why my stuff is like that. It's really convenient. Like you don't, it like sends you a notification, it sends you a receipt. Like it kind of like automates your subscriptions and it makes it easy to manage them. But when you don't pay your subscription, they will lock all your stuff down on you.
Hold on. Okay, so what personal things can they block and lock that down?
I mean, the
Can they
only
do
way they seem to block, they don't block any services other than the App Store, and
just
that's
the
Yeah.
app store? And I'm assuming that particular app.
Or
no.
if
They
you want to
also
buy
just
anything from
Yeah, you
like
can't
their
get
store.
anything new. If you have any apps downloaded, then you can still use those apps that you currently have on the phone. But if you try to go and download a new app or purchase a new app, and I even think sometimes even process a new totally different transaction, it won't let you move forward with any of those processes until you clear any old charges. And like you said, I'm assuming it's because of the fact that Apple takes profit off of every single transaction that happens directly through their services.
Then
So,
I say that I'll still stand behind that. That's a security feature from the creator standpoint. If you can guarantee me that I'm gonna get more of my money back, then yeah, I'll pay you a little bit of what I'm getting in everything. And long as you're not like I at first I was thinking that they locked down the whole phone. You could use the phone, but take pictures and maybe call your people. But if they're giving you still full access to everything, and the only time they're bugging you is to get their money, right now that's a win for them. And yeah, I can't fuss with that. Um, but they kind of setting you up when it comes to, hey, we're gonna give you a convenient outlet here. And I feel like that's the scam of it, is that just set the application up on the computer where they're not upcharging you, instead of, and then just go and download it, sign in with your regular account, and then use it as a regular application, instead of being upsold on a they call these things funnels. So you download something, and then they give you a little bit, and then they give you a paywall in order to get something else. That's what I'm telling you. That's what that new TikTok gonna be. they gonna say, well, anyway, you gonna get a little bit, and then they gonna say, hey, you want everything, you want the blue check mark, whatever that's enticing, that's where they're gonna have that paywall up. But I did not know that they was really locking down on debt like that.
I got a
Man,
question.
what's up?
So I was able, and I'm not gonna lie, I go to the Apple store and it gives me a update payment and stuff like that. Because sometimes some subscriptions I'm not gonna pay until I'm ready to pay for it. But um, I was able to download something though, so I wonder how that works. Because what I do is I don't have my account to the card. I guess once you go to your Apple Wallet, I think that's kind of what you said earlier. You go to the wallet, you can upload money to whatever your ID is. And it's like a card. You really can't use it. You can only use it for the Apple Store. But I have my charges come from that instead of actually come from my actual card. So I guess if it's a transaction, it doesn't necessarily come out. But I will say this much. If you upload money to that card and you got a payment that hasn't been paid yet, it'll quickly take it out. So if you're trying to pay for, you better pay for it real quick. Because Apple don't.
Especially when it comes to the Apple Music. And then on top of that, due to this little cut that they have, any majority of products on Apple cost more. Like getting a subscription on Android will cost less than having on Apple because Apple, that little commission is 30% like off the top of any revenue at all, just on the App Store. Which
So
frankly,
when y'all getting the Galaxy, when we coming over to
oh no, I'm
Android,
sorry. I'm still Team Apple.
they,
It's
I,
okay. You're helping me get into cybersecurity. I can afford it.
I almost cuss. All right. Hey, to each his own, but y'all basically telling me, all right, yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna say that. But y'all basically telling me y'all getting abused and y'all okay with it.
Aren't most Americans getting abused?
I mean, it's not. It's
I
just.
avoid the toxic relationship.
I think they just take advantage of our laziness because it's like even though they do
That's what
you
it is.
wrong, it's like Apple automates everything. Like as long as you connect your card to it and you got money on it, that's all you got to worry about. They do any and everything for you.
And
And
I mean, that's exactly why I will never switch to Samsung. I can't do it. I can't do it. So you gonna say I have to remember my own subscriptions all the time? I'm gonna have to type it on my stuff. No, I need everything
And it,
automated.
and it ain't
Everything.
just card, like even security, since we're on like cybersecurity as well. Like iCloud is so simple to log in now. All you need, as long as you have a device that's in that Apple ecosystem, you can access your iCloud from any device because it just sends a ping
But see,
code.
I just said that how many hoops I had to jump through 10 years ago just to get an Apple ID change. They went there and gave you the convenience there, but then took that same hoops and put it on your subscription. They just moved the goalpost. They were just like, yo, y'all tripping over here about that? No problem. Here. I'll do this for you. Hey, but guess what? For this Apple intelligence, y'all gonna pay for something. I'm just ain't coming
We
out with new
black people
features.
in America, we used to them moving the goalposts. Okay, we black in America. Yes, they move the goalposts, and
Uh,
sometimes we chase after it, and sometimes we acknowledge it. This is one of those times we chase after it.
And at the end of the day, that little galaxy don't have Gmoji, and I'll be having a lot of fun creating new emojis.
that was a I ain't gonna get into that. But hey, to each his own. I didn't know that they was doing y'all like that though. I'm sorry. Set the subscription up on the computer if you want to. If not,
The emoji.
I avoid it.
so do you feel like you missing out when you avoid it?
Nah, because when I download the app and they ask for a subscription, oh, I just go for the free trial and then cancel it afterwards.
Boy, y'all better than me.
Listen, I understand because Amazon or Prime Video hate to see me when they tell
Hate
you
to
get a
see
month
me.
free. Hate to see me because they
Yeah, they
said,
put a
"Hey,
fake
new
card on there.
email." Yup. They say new email, get a free month. I'll make a new email every time. You better tell Google, better have limited emails.
Don't let me
Cause I
do the
got
student. Don't let me do my student email twice.
you ain't lying. Cause I'll make it happen.
Hey, it ain't bad. Hey, I'm a college student. That's all I can say to them.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, I'm right there with you. If I really need to watch something, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and create that free Google account and use that real quick.
Exactly. Shoes. When you want to get a free smoothie from like tropical smoothie or something like that, hey,
Yeah.
make say create an account or redeem a friend. Well, refer a friend and make that account real quick and get it.
Well, the struggle is real out here.
We even have built-in cash out. Hmm
What is that? I'm sorry.
We have Apple Cash instead of having to use Cash App or Zelle or anything. As long as the other person got an iPhone, that's why you don't mess with an Android. Anyways, as long as the person got an iPhone, you can send like your own. It's not well. As much as I understand it, you just load money into your Apple Cash card, and it generally functions the same way as Cash App does. They cut out the middleman once again, and I live for it.
I just
I
want to
tell you
say
what.
you are cooking. That is true.
Uh, nah, I can't get over the fact that Majesty said when we first started class and we got on the iPhone, and he said that there was y'all look at it as a luxury piece. That stays in my mind, and I it's almost like back when I was growing up, like when we were first getting in the cars, somebody would go out there and get that Mercedes, knowing that they couldn't hold the Mercedes like that, and it was a perfectly fine Kia over here, but we still went for the Mercedes. I kind of like I'm hearing y'all, and I'm just like, the Android do everything that y'all doing, like other than the emojis. But I don't know.
Your message
Okay,
is still green though.
So car wise, foreign is always nice, but you get in that car accident, you might as well go ahead and call that wraps. It's total. Unless
well
you
I
get you a
ain't talking.
Lexus, you know.
And Apple Care, they got their own. Look, Apple Care come at clutch.
How
It's
much is Apple Care? If you don't mind me asking,
well, it depends on your device, but I want to generally say around like 50, 70-ish. Maybe that's like no. I would
for what? For a
no,
phone?
no, Apple Care is like insurance. Because
Yeah, you
with
said for the device though.
yeah, it's for each device. So you have to buy your own Apple Care plan for each device. It isn't like a broad coverage plan. But listen, don't shake your listen. But with Apple Care, you could take it to the Geek Bar. Is it the right thing? The Geek Bar, you can take it to the Apple Store, and they'll fix it for free every
Geek
time.
Squad.
And if they can't fix it, I think Geek Squad is Best Buy. But no, because Best Buy is underneath Apple.
They're authorized.
Right,
They're
right.
authorized Apple user, well, store, whatever you want to call it.
And if they can't fix it, Apple replace it themselves.
Yeah, but
They'll give you that model, or they'll upgrade your model.
They'll give you that model. They'll just replace the model. That's if Apple can't fix it. It covers all accidental damage.
now if you have two or more like problems with your phone, like you say, if you break the front screen and the back, then they'll just replace it. They'll go ahead and replace you. You just gotta pay like a small fee.
$60.
And normally like $29.
So add phone repair service on top of that.
I'm not gonna lie,
You
I
said
don't have it. I don't have that.
so what I do
But I don't feel like I should because I drop my phone all the time.
my way of getting past that is that I normally just buy the subscription like for Best Buy total, and that cost me like only like $100 and something a year, and then it covers any device that I put on it. Like if I buy any device from Best Buy, it's gonna be that one set price. Like for say you're paying like $500 for two phones to be on Apple Care or like a tablet or something, in comparison to me just paying like that 150 a year. And it lasts longer too. It'll last, like you said, it lasts like 2 or 3 years extra.
And y'all still paying phone bills too?
Yeah.
Hey man, well, technically, if you want to be legit, can y'all even like send a message through Wi-Fi, or can y'all do anything through Wi-Fi with Android?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. You could take the whole phone off and still operate as a phone.
even with like no phone service?
Yeah, I could do Wi-Fi calling.
When did y'all get that implemented?
It had to be, I want to say 2 years ago. I just used it when I just
Apple's
got this Galaxy.
always Apple always had the Wi-Fi. You can call, you can make the texty message and all that.
Hey, feature for feature, nah, I ain't going there
I mean,
because
it's true.
honestly,
You could trap off the iCloud now. You don't even need a phone number no more. As long as you got that iCloud, you could trap off your iCloud. You know what I
Not
mean?
lying.
You meet somebody, it does suspicious, but you meet somebody, you ask for their number, they drop that iCloud, boom. It ain't no different. You just gotta wait till they get around some Wi-Fi,
You
then they
know
can
they
let
ain't got no
you
phone plan when they do that.
back.
I'm just be real. You know they don't have a phone plan when they do that. Like and be like, "Ooh, I didn't have no Wi-Fi when you texted them." You be like, broke. Sorry."
Or you
listen,
want to
man.
take it up a notch and you can't make an actual phone call, you better download one of them text now apps. You still get by some Wi-Fi. You can make an actual phone call.
I mean,
What's up?
That's to each his
you can
own.
FaceTime
What's
audio.
up?
It's
You
basically
could FaceTime audio.
The text now
FaceTime audio is like,
subscriber is not available.
So
Mm.
okay, all right, all
Hey,
right, all right.
app for
Hold on, I
app,
gotta
feature for
ask a question
feature.
though. So people out here really if they don't have phone service, they still act like they got phone service because y'all can talk on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, with the
Oh
Apple
yeah.
ID, it's just like email. You're basically like Google Teams and all that. I mean Microsoft Teams or like Google Duo. Like if you have Wi-Fi, you're able to talk to anybody, and you can just text them on their phone. Well, you can't text like people with Androids.
Yep.
Mm, mm. I
All I'm gonna say, Mr. Mitchell, is a dub is a dub.
Hey,
eh, okay. Real quick, because now y'all getting under my skin a little bit. Who's tried an Android? A decent Android, not the
a Galaxy 5 when I was younger.
who's tried a
That's
recent Galaxy? Do y'all
The
switch
last
often,
time I
or
have
y'all
was a
just
Note
kinda like
7.
just
I
a
have an
what?
Android.
What type of Android you got, Clark? All right. If you ain't
you see
a
iPhone
Galaxy, a
on the clip.
Galaxy Samsung, a Samsung Galaxy 22, 23, 24, I think a go feature for feature with any Apple Pro Max, whatever you want to put up with it. Um, and plus, I think it has more features. I think the convenience of everything. Once you get into the ecosystem, I think Apple is the cream of the top. There's nothing like it. But it's so much that goes along with it. Again, going back to the luxury items, bro, you talking about buying the product, putting service on the product, assurance, the features in the product. I gotta get some accessories with this joint. Maybe I put like my homeboy, he don't put a case on his because he want I don't know if he want people to see it, but he just don't put a case on the phone. But some people gotta get the case, and it's just like, man, you can really get into the G's quick just by getting the phone. And Lord knows if you wanted to get a computer system to go along with it. Because the MacBooks ain't no way near cheap. And the resale value, which is another top-notch thing. The resale value on an Apple product is like this mouse that I got. This is an old mouse, right? I'm gonna sell this for $20. I know it'll sell for $20. Somebody will get it. I don't know why, but people just want it. And Samsungs and Androids just don't have that type of pull. And I'll give you that.
I feel like MacBooks are good though, because they're like a really huge overgrown iPhone. Like, and I love it for that. I don't know, cause like being able to text and FaceTime and do all that on my MacBook is just so convenient than having to pull out my phone.
I
That's how
don't
lazy
like
you.
it.
Like I could text and have a whole conversation with my
That's
MacBook.
why I
Like,
don't like it. I be distracted on the MacBook. Distracted. Ooh, what's this text? I know I'm supposed to be writing this paper, but ooh, text.
That's why I disconnect.
Instagram.
I
No, I
disconnect
can't.
myself from there because it's like I don't want to be distracted. Because now you know you got that feature where you can actually use your phone while on your MacBook. Like the new iOS 18 update, it's like you can just go ahead and link your phone, and you better be on your phone literally while on your computer.
And
It
I didn't
pulls
even
up
think
like
about
a
that, but I can imagine that being distracting when you're trying to, you know, be
get
productive.
work done. Yeah.
But at the same time, you got to look at it like it is productive if you had team members giving you information at critical times. So I can see it both ways. But hey, I to let me put a pin in it. I'm never going to convince you guys to try a Galaxy, but just if you ever just get a chance, just try it out. Just try it out to see if you could do the same things. And yeah, I think you'll be amazed. Um, anything else before we move on? All right. So we talked about the Apple Store, and this is where we're talking about the OS when it comes to the updates. Now, the OS is always going to be more intuitive than the terminal, like we already stated. And I think again to give props to Mac or and Apple as a whole, the the update process I think is a lot better than Windows products. Um, it's just it's very easy to just click one button and it just kind of takes care of everything. Like you guys was just saying about um, the subscriptions, and maybe that's what they when they're having their meetings in the morning and they're talking about user experience, they're probably bringing up the fact that users love the fact that one button automates a lot of things, and so they can take advantage of those things too, where which is um, paying for certain subscriptions. Now, I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna open that can. Um, this is the network screen. Again, a lot better than what you will see on a Windows machine. Even the latest and greatest when it comes to Windows is not as pretty. You know what I mean? It really does bring in that mobile feel into a operating system, into a bigger platform that you can just embrace. Sometimes Windows can have so many different options to where you don't really want to bother with it. You just kind of want to set it up and get where you got to go. In the Windows platform, we had recovery or reset this PC. This is going to be the time machine backup when it comes to Mac OS. Question to the Mac users: do y'all still have the time machine option, or is it coming straight from the cloud now?
It's coming straight from the cloud.
Okay. For Core 2, I would
we
say just
still we
be
still
aware
have
of.
a time machine, but I think we just don't use it. It's
Okay.
still
I could see this feature going away, and because it with so much being shared with the Apple ID and the profile, um, really the only thing you would want to have is just kind of erase everything from the OS and then pull everything down from your profile. Um, so I could see this feature going away shortly, honestly. All right, troubleshooting wise, when it comes to the Apple apps crashing on a desktop or a laptop when it comes to Mac. My favorite command was force quit. Um, Back when it was 2013, a lot of applications were trying to become more Apple friendly. Um, I remember this being a notorious thing with Adobe. Adobe would constantly spin that pinwheel will just spin and spin and spin. And even when you force quit the application, it will cause the kind of like every other window to kind of crash out too. And it would then take you back to the desktop. But a lot of times when if that's the case, then um uninstalling the program, the application altogether, and then putting it back typically would fix the issue. Um, but sometimes you would have to wait for updates to come out from the manufacturer to actually put on that desktop in order to fix that issue. Now, those are the slides that I had. I still want to go over and take 15-20 minutes and let's do this lab, and then I'll let you guys go for the weekend and long weekend because we got MLK Day. Where is that lab at? What is this? Yep, cartoon. So go here. So bear with me and let's good. I want to do this lab because I want to show you guys those commands in that terminal so you could see and see how we're just using the terminal to really kind of do all the things that we would do normally in a OS. All right, let's get started. So this is a Ubuntu operating system. Going to be on the Linux side. One second. We're going to select that username Tux, and then we're going to put in the password here and click enter. It brings us up to our desktop, which is going to be typically what we seen in the last time we did some labs. We seen this kind of layout where we had the taskbar up to the left side. You can still get your apps on the desktop, but you can see how some things are similar to the Mac OS, and you can see how they can be sister operating systems. So we did that. Let's launch the terminal application by clicking the shortcut. That shortcut will be here. Click that one time, that'll bring up this terminal. This is where we're going to do a ton of our work here. I'm going to expand it out. And the good thing about this, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Excuse me, Mr. Mitchell, which lab is that on Core 2?
This is going to be assisted lab, manage Linux using the command line tools. I'm gonna put it in the chat. I do want y'all to do this for the weekend and send me the questions that y'all got to do at the end. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that out there right now. But I'm gonna walk through it, so we can go through those problems. But the questions I want y'all to answer at the end. All right. So within the terminal window, we go to refresh the cache available software by typing sudo app update. So this is where we're going to pull in a lot of information, updating those applications, right? So we're going to hit that T. Now that sudo means what? We're elevating the privilege of Tux because we're still in the Tux profile here. But in order to run an app update, we need elevated privileges. We're going to do that. Now, when we are using a sudo command, remember that sudo has a username and password itself. We use the sudo command for the username. Now we need the password for Tux which we're going to put in that password here. And it runs this update. Now, in the real world, sometimes you don't even see these icons right here. You'll just see this terminal window. And that's how some people work. And this is why it's good to do this type of lab, because instead of trying to do this on your own and going through each one of those commands and typing it out, you get at least these shortcuts here that you could put in and actually alleviate that, because a lot of times we can put in the wrong command and get frustrated with the errors that we will get back saying that that's not right, please try again. All right, so we got to update it. Install the Samba servers by typing the sudo app install Samba, then press enter. So let's go ahead and do that. Press enter. That'll bring in that Samba application. Now that Samba is installed, it must be customized by editing the associated configuration file by using the nano editor. So this is going to bring up some options at the bottom, and you're going to see a lot of writing at the top where we can look at what different options that we have. So let's go ahead and install now, since we already downloaded. Hold on, did we do that? I think we just downloaded. So yeah. We did that. We did 5. To find the location of the Samba configuration file, use the find command by typing sudo find / etc. Type, keep your files, okay. Type D, name Samba, and then press enter. Now, when I put this in there, I want you guys to pay attention that these are, you got to get things case sensitive when it comes to Linux. If you don't have the right spacing, or you leave out one or two things, it's going to find it to be wrong, and you will have to do it again. So again, doing this type of lab will definitely help you out when it comes to just kind of breezing through it. Now, these are the directories that I was talking about in the beginning of the class, where you remember I was showing my documents here, and I would go up to the URL almost up here and show these different directories. Let me go back to program files, EA. So these are different directories. The program files is a different directory, and then the EA folder is a different directory. Same thing here when it comes to the command center or terminal. These are different directories that we're in, and then we found our Samba file here. All right, so we just did that. 6. Observe the previous command searches for the directory named Samba within the directory. Generally, the EC, the etc. contains the configuration files of a Linux system. Right now, observe in the list that one of the matches search etc. / Samba. Navigate to this location in the file system by typing the cd command along with etc. and then Samba, then pressing enter. So it found 2 Sambas in 2 different directories. Okay, that's why we got 2 of them. So we want to go to the first one. So we're gonna do a change directory command, which is the cd command, to go to that one. If at the top, hit enter. Now what that does is that it changes this piece right here to let us know this is where we're at in the directory. Now, if we wanted to see the contents of this directory, remember where this directory is typically a folder, right? So it's contents in that directory. That's just the equivalent of we going to OS program files. Let's go to Microsoft Edge application down to this PWA helper. If we go up here, what we're basically saying, what we want to do is go to these different directories, which is a folder a folder, and then within this application folder, I want to see this PWA helper. In this case, I want to see the contents of Samba. I'm going to put that ls command in there to see the contents of that folder. We're going to click enter, and then it shows. It only shows really these 3 contents, right? Then that. Edit the SMB config by typing sudo nano and then typing in SMB config and then pressing enter. So let's put that in. Now you'll see a lot of information when it comes to those files and making changes to them. And then you will see that you have a lot of options here when it comes to actually executing these those commands out. You are now using the Nano text editor. Hold down the keyboard, hold the down arrow on the keyboard until you reach the very end of the file. So you can click in here, just in this spot right here, and you'll see my cursor up here is flashing, and we're going to scroll all the way down to the end of the file. All right. Now on the blank line, on the last blank line, type in the brackets help desk wiki and then press enter. So let's go ahead and put that in there. Press enter. What we got? Then we're going to go in and type in comment the equal signs wiki files. Put that in there. And we're going to put in the pathway back to the tux public file. Put that in there. And I'm going to go ahead and put these last 4 in there as well, right? And you see that I'm not getting any errors back. So it's taking these commands. And they gave us a screenshots here just to kind of press Control and O, and then press enter to write the changes to the file. Control and O. That's for mine, so I gotta get back in there. Control and O, and then press enter to change the files. Then press Control X to exit the Nano editor. That brings us back to our original spot. Select that score. Let's keep it moving. All right, create a password with the new Samba share by typing the password for Tux. Put that password in. Now, just so you could see this piece right here, what I just did was that when I had to put that password in, that it didn't show anything for the password. It didn't have the asterisks, or any type of dots. It's easy to do that here because I can auto fill it and then go back in and then go to the next one, right? But in the real world, we have to actually type those things out. And so if you're not great with typing, or you tend to need to see at least the dots, you might have a little bit of problem putting in passwords in a terminal window, because it's not going to let you know what part you got wrong, or if you put enough characters in. It's just going to have the a blank cursor really, and it's not going to do any kind of indication until you hit that enter button, and then it'll tell you that it's wrong. Clark.
So yeah, on number 4, that's how it is. When you typing in password, you can't see where you're typing. Once you type it in and hit enter, program starts to continue from there.
Yeah. So you just got to make sure if even if you got on one finger the whole thing, that's what you got to do, and make sure that when we was learning how to really do commands in the army, I if you didn't you don't want to lock an account out because you can't see the password. So a lot of times you just got to take it one letter at a time and just make sure that you have everything right, especially when you're talking about 8 characters to 12 characters, upper and lower case, special characters, things of that nature. Just take your time and do each one, especially if you're not familiar with your special characters, and if you gotta do a shift, or if you got to do a forward slash or a backslash, it'll get kind of, like I said, frustrating. All right, so we did that. Now leave that terminal window open. Let's move it, keep it moving. Now in the same terminal window, type in the IP address. The IP address show dev ENS32. Press enter. That brings us back with some information here, right? Record the IPv4 address value shown in the command output of the following box. So we all know what an IPv4, what we're looking for, right? So this is where we'll be at when it comes to that IPv4. 100. Now, let's switch over to a Windows 10 computer. In order to do this, I want you to just click the Windows 10 hyperlink here, and that's going to pull and switch you over into a Windows 10 environment. Let's go ahead and let's log in, do a Control-Alt-Delete, or you could just click the screen and pull up Morgan's user account. I'm going to type in their password, log in, open the File Explorer. Remember, the File Explorer will be this folder right here. And what we're going to do is select the network from the navigation plane on the left. This is the navigation plane that they're talking about. This is the network side that they're talking about. They were saying the next one, go ahead and click a warning dialog will display, click OK. Hit OK. And then they're saying check the yellow bar that appears under the File Explorer address bar and turn on the network discovery and sharing files. Click this bar and get those options. And then now we are faced with some more options. In the prompt, select no. I'll let y'all read the rest of that. Now, I think it was Tuesday, Majesty, you said, how does mapping a drive would look? This is similar to what we will look at when it comes to mapping a drive. Even though this is a computer, it's mapped the same way. So this computer has nothing to do with this Windows 10 computer that we're on, right? I believe so. If I look up system name, should be a different name. Yeah. No. I'm sorry. This is the same computer, but it's mapped the same way. When you're talking about map drives, they'll show up similar in the same fashion. All right, click on the address bar and then type in the IP address of what the Linux system we were just in, right? Hit enter, and they'll actually show up like that. They'll have these little icons like that, showing that they're on the same network, and you're able to communicate directly to it. We put in that address, that IP address, and then we click enter. This opens a server object and shows the share available on the server. The help desk wiki Samba shared configured in the previous step should be present, which it is. Double click the help desk wiki. Right. The root of the shared account should now be shown is currently empty. Right click on the empty plane and select new text document. We're going to right click on the empty plane, which is, pretty much this whole white piece right here. Click new and then go down to a text document. This is the quickest way that you can open up a notepad, and we're going to name it created using Windows, and then select the score. Good stuff. All right. Verify the creation. Verify that the file in the network shared is accessible from the Linux computer. Select the, I'm sorry, Majesty, go ahead.
Okay, so maybe I might have just clicked something wrong because I did the exact same steps you did, and it's telling me that the file isn't being found. I don't know if maybe I made the thing wrong. Like I went through the exact same steps you did. I'm at the part where it says it's the empty pane. Simply create the text document.
Did you,
And
you right click in
mm-hmm,
the empty plane? You hit new
mm-hmm,
text document,
right.
and you could put created using Windows. You doing this at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm,
Hit enter,
right.
and you should have this left. Like it should click off.
Oh, okay. It worked
Okay.
now. Thank
All right.
you.
No problem. All right. Delete this because I don't. Well, I'll leave it there. Verify that the file is created in the share, and the network share is accessible from the Linux computer. Select the Ubuntu computer. So remember, we're gonna to switch over back to our old OS or to the Ubuntu OS. Gonna click that. The switches back over to the Linux machine, and then change the directory in the Samba share by typing the change directory command, going to the public folder. So we put that in, and we change the directory here because we're in the public folder here. And then now we're going to list the contents of that folder by typing the ls command because we want to list out what's there. Now created the user text is now showing up, and that new text that I just created too. So awesome. Hit complete. Now this part right here, this is what I want y'all to turn in for me for homework. I'm gonna crop this out. Go through this lab, complete the lab, and then do these three questions and send it in to me in the Google Classrooms. I'm gonna put this in the classroom so you can answer them, or just show me the. You can show me the answers that you got, showing that they're correct, and then we'll try to do some more labs on Monday. I mean, Tuesday. Dang, I gotta put this in the drive. All right, I'll have that for y'all. You'll see that posted in the classroom. Any questions? Y'all seen how in this lab, um, those commands that I was talking about here, we used all of these commands in that lab, and you seen how it was basically just moving around in the directories here. Redundancy. Will you use it in the everyday spot? You may use those commands, honestly. you may find a problem where you have to use those commands. So I'm not gonna say it's just old outdated information that we're learning. No, sudo command. You definitely got to understand what a root command, a root user is, and then how to use that sudo. And understand that when you use that sudo, it's going to come with some type of password that you got to put in that you may not see. And the same thing when it comes to like these group management, adding those groups, adding users, those are going to ask for some type of permissions on top of those things because you're making changes to a system, major changes. All right. Hey, I want to say that was a good class today, man. I wasn't feeling too well, but that was a good conversation though. All right. So let's share screen one. All right. So like I said, we only got 2 more lectures, including the one tonight. No, including the one tonight. We have one more lecture after this one. That'll be tomorrow. All right. So let's get into lesson 15. Explain risk management and the processes. So risk management is going to be how we determine the type of threats that are out there, the vulnerabilities that we have. How are we going to go about actually making those type of decisions, whether we stick with a risk or do we defer it to someone else? Do we put things in place for it, or we just do we kind of avoid the risk altogether? So let's take a look at it. Um, there's different types of risks, right? Of course, we got malware attacks, phishing attacks, insider threats. All of these type of things bring their own type of risk assessment to it. And the thing is that we are never going to eliminate risk totally. So even if we put all of the antivirus in for malware and we train all of our users to be phishing aware, we can't really stop an insider threat if we just, we could tell everybody, hey, be nice to everybody and don't make enemies with nobody, but insider threats may still happen. It may be based off of, just how much money that someone sees on a daily basis. That brings me to a story of working in the bank, right? So when you're a teller, you could see how much money someone has in their account. Imagine if you just knew a little bit about a computer system and how your network works. If I worked at a real big bank, maybe I could take 2 cents from every account at the end of every month and put it into a non-disclosed account. And you know it's so much, it's so little in cents, it doesn't really show up on someone's radar as far as, hey, I'm missing 2 cents. But when you're talking about working at a Bank of America and you got millions of accounts that you could just probably take 2 cents from, then you can imagine how quick that could add up over time. And so those are insider threats. And you don't really know that they exist until it may be too late. If you start to really kind of, if you're doing an audit and you see like, whoa, you know what I'm saying, this person over here has gained uh a credit of 2 cents from so many different transactions every month. Every end of the month this transaction happens, then that probably, can expose that type of attack. But you can't really eliminate that risk altogether. Same thing with equipment failures. You don't know when your equipment is going to fail, but it is going to happen at some point in time. And just to kind of go back to what we were talking about with AI, this is how you defeat any type of machine type of learning, is that, if it gets to the point where they have their own thing going on, you better hope that the equipment fails, because at the end of the day, it is still man-made in some sense, and so it still has to be it has to come to an end at some point in time. Software vulnerabilities, we can have a good handle over software vulnerabilities, but sometimes we could bring in old software that we're not totally aware about and bring in the risk that comes in with that. Here's a big one. So non-technical risk like inadequate policies or training. So this is goes back to the employees that we have. Now, it's not their fault that they may not be tech savvy, or they may not understand the policies. They may not even be into the policies like that, where their job is not really into the policies to where they have to review those things. So I remember working at a TV network, and they had the grounds crew, and the grounds crew, their only job was to clock in every morning and then go and beautify the campus. The thing about that is that they still had to log in on the network and still had to, have a login and a password, and then go to a particular app that, had their particular information in it. Um, well, they're not going to be totally all up and down in the not the student handbook, but the employee handbook, or how we actually, what's the policies that we have when it comes to cybersecurity or training. They may not even care about the cybersecurity training, the phishing training that we have every month. They're just there to, take care of the yard. Well, if someone's doing any type of reconnaissance, then they could probably look into that to say, okay, what's the odds of someone working just on the yard and they having a very complex password? I probably stand a good chance of getting their credentials and being able to hack their particular account before I go and get someone of the CFOs. Now let's talk about quantitative and qualitative analysis. So we're talking about let's start with quantitative. Then we're talking about the size. More likely, quantitative is always going to have some type of number attached to it. Um, we're talking about it's affecting 500 users, or if we're talking about the user experience of it affecting 10,000 users, it's probably going to always be some type of quantitative analysis around that. Meaning, we're going to take these 10,000 people and then break it down to what does the actual risk mean for those people individually. Hey, it'll only affect 7,500. Um, you know what? We stand a good chance of having this risk because everyone's protected. That'll be probably 9,200 of us is protected. The other 800 may or may not be attacked. And so that may be a 90% pass rate. We take that as a quantitative analysis. Qualitative is going to be more subject to thought process or how someone feels. So qualitative will be, the quality of the analysis, as far as if we if we become breached in some type of way, if we become hacked, how is it going to be perceived by our audience, by our customers? What's the impact of that? Not necessarily saying that 90% of our users or our customers will now leave us, because once we put that number on it, then it becomes qualitative. But I mean quantitative. But if we put the quality of, hey, they're gonna look at us in a negative light, then it's qualitative. The quality of it. Now, when developing a risk assessment, and let's define what a risk assessment is. Sometimes a risk assessment is a list of things that you got where you list of actions, and you will ask your IT director or IT manager, hey, let's go over some things that you got into the company, and let's see exactly how much of a risk do we actually just stand here today. And you can ask things like what's the policy on passwords, how long are passwords, how long do we keep passwords, to how many firewalls do we have in the network, um, You can ask things like, what's the latest OS version that we have in the network? Things like that. Sorry. Those type of questions is going to allow the IT director as well as the cybersecurity team understand where do we stand at as far as the posture of the cybersecurity program, the IT program as well. So what's the posture? Are we standing up straight and proud to where we have things in place, we have processes in place, we have appliances in place, we are ready for an attack, and if we are attacked, we know exactly how to react. Do we know how to be proactive? That's probably going to be a good posture, and those assessments allows you to see if you're in that mode to where you're being able to be proactive. But if you're not, an assessment can now give you a guideline of what do we actually need to do to change those things. How do we get to becoming a better posture type of program? Now, I got here inherent risk, and sometimes when you fix one problem or you fix one risk or mitigate it, you in turn inherit some other risk. So, to give you an example on that is that, hey, we want to protect against malware attacks. Well, we bring in CrowdStrike to do so, but with CrowdStrike having that 0 day the other month ago, or not a month ago, but like 5 months ago, then it inherit the risk that you brung with them into your network. That's just it is what it is on that. And so in the world of security, the best way of security is to be able to lock down everything. Nobody can't do nothing, but that's not productive. And so you want to make sure that you lean on letting people get their job done, but doing it in the most secure way. That's how you're going to be more productive. You won't be always the most secure, but you will be productive, and be able to have some type of balance there. Now, whenever you have those assessments and you're creating what's detrimental, what's critical for us, what are critical processes for the company, you could create these heat maps. And these heat maps are for your regular employees or lower level employees, or maybe even senior all level employees. Let me just put it like that. For all level employees to have a quick look at what is a major impact for us. You can automatically see that red is bad and then yellow is not necessarily great, but we can live with it, right? And so these heat maps allow us to look at it from a security standpoint and say, you know what, we need to work on the RAOs. We need to work on the antiviruses, not on certain PCs. I want to work on legacy Windows. We need to get these out of the system, out of the network. You can look at it and have a better idea of how to tackle certain address certain risks that you have in the company, and then you can eventually turn those triangles into green check marks. But you don't want them to go the opposite way, right? Now, my favorite part about risk management is how we're going to deal with risk. What are we doing once we figure out that we have risk there to um, actually approach and deal with? Do we avoid it? Do we accept it? Do we mitigate it, or do we transfer it? These are going to be your typical risk response. Now, let's go about accepting the risk. If all everything is laid out, and you know what, we just can't change it, we're going to accept the risk. What do you mean by that? Hey, we built the company in um, Southern California, and we don't have any money to move our offices, and so we're going to deal with the forest fires. That's just what we're going to do. We just got to accept it. The only thing we could do is, if we don't accept all of it, we could try to mitigate some of it. We could even try to transfer it, and I'll get to the transfer in just a minute. but we could try to mitigate it. How do you mitigate forest fires, or the fires that's normally hitting up California like that? Well, we might try to mitigate it by having uh, a cloud instance somewhere else, having that data off site, maybe in a different state, maybe in a different country, and create a whole different division in our company in order to make it not just one stationary place. So we accepted the fact that we're not going to move. We accepted the fact that forest fires is going to happen in California, and we are stationed here. That's just what we're going to do, right? But we also have tried to mitigate the risk, the impact of the risk, by saying, you know what, let's go ahead and let's get a data center in Georgia and put it there, and have people, just in case we need to shut down the office, we can have people still remote into the Georgia all sites, the all site, and continue to work. And we can continue to give our customers the services that they need. So that's accepting / mitigating. Now, to go and straight mitigate something, this is where we typically are talking about malware, right? Malware, we're going to put in antivirus to mitigate those type of attacks. It won't stop every attack, but it will significantly stop enough attacks to where we can at least accept the risk of it. So going back to our heat map now. So let's say if it's a X mark for antivirus here, or right here with RAL, annual rate of occurrence. And so if it's there, then we say, okay, let's put in our antivirus. Maybe we can put this X into a caution sign. So now that caution sign may be something that we accept, but it's not necessarily something that we're happy with, but we will accept it. And that's a big thing, is when you're able to, and that goes to our next slide, but I need to go back. When you're able to accept the risk, that's your risk appetite. We can stomach this. We don't want to get hit with that type of risk or that type of results, but if we do, we can recover. We can handle that. So that's mitigating, being able to put something into place, significantly dropping the impact of a risk if it was to happen. Now, transfer. A lot of things, and I haven't really tapped into this measure, but a lot of times when you're talking about transferring risk, you're talking about having insurance. And cyber insurance has been a thing that's been blowing up on the low lately, just because everybody's being hit with um, these doggone breaches, right? And so when you're losing customers' information, you're losing data, and it ends up in a monetary type of number, then we could possibly transfer that to our insurance company, and then we get the money on the back end. Give me 1 second. And so having that money on the back end, or that coverage, we are taking the risk and saying, you know what, if it does come into fruition, I can always transfer this doggone thing to State Farm, and State Farm's going to cover me, and we good to go. Now, don't look at it so much as being like, hey, if somebody stole the firewall, the actual appliances, the firewall, the router, that's not going to really happen like that. But if you get a breach, and someone now, let's say if that ransomware that we was talking about last week, somebody hits you up for 2 Bitcoins and you actually pay it, maybe I can file a report, a policy for that. Go ahead and file a claim for that. I'm sorry, and get my 2 Bitcoins back, maybe. But I'm pretty sure in that policy they're gonna probably say, if it's your fault on a ransomware, we're not gonna give you, not gonna honor that policy. So, but that's the thinking of it, that there's a problem, there's a risk, but now I could possibly transfer the problem to someone else, and I can still come away not scathed, because now you still got to look at it like I was still breached. And so how my customers going to really look at me like that after I got breached? But at least I didn't lose any money, or if I'm getting sued, then I could possibly take my claim and pay the customers, any type of grievance fee that they have on that. So residual risk is like inherent risk, but it's the risk that's left behind after you mitigated some type of implementation in there, right? So we put the antivirus in there, but someone comes out with a 0-day. Well, the antivirus is no good against a 0-day unless it's a behavior type of EDR that looks at, and the thing about an EDR being behavior based is that it looks at what people are doing on a day-to-day basis, and by it learning what's the normal for a business, then it knows what a abnormal feature may look like in a business. And so that machine learning there can create some type of protection. Well, going back to residual, if we put that EDR in there and you still have a 0-day, the EDR may not know exactly what is going on. And so now the risk it was minimal, but now according to the 0-day, it may be a big thing. So that's residual. That's something that's left over, even though we put something in place for it to be mitigated. And we already talked about risk appetite. Again, that's what do we accept? What do we accept? But even though we didn't totally eliminate the risk. So it's just really hey, I'm cool with that, but look at it like this. If I always look at it risk appetite like if I'm giving out money to borrow or lend out, if I'm okay with lending you $10, $15, I'm cool. That's my risk appetite. And what I mean by that is that I'm cool with you not giving back that $10, $15. If you don't give me that back, I'm cool. I'm cool on that. I don't have a problem with it. I'll probably still give you another 10. But $25, I can't stomach that. I can't, no, it ends at $24. I cannot give you more than $24 because at $25, I refuse to give you any more money. That's my risk appetite stops at $24. You get what I'm saying? So I can't stomach giving you $25 and then you not giving me back my $25. But the $10, yeah, go ahead. Here. I can do that all day. And that's typically what a risk appetite is. It's just what are we willing to, bat an eye at and just be like, yeah, whatever. And then what other type of risk where if it happens, it's like, oh, wait a minute, hold on now. I can't have that happen. So this goes into the different types of risks that you have, right? So you have these things called risk registers, and they're no more than just a Excel spreadsheet of the different types of risks that you may have. A risk register may be pages and pages long of the type of things that we may deem to be a threat to the company. It may be, and those forest fires may be on that. Someone shooting up the company may be on that. Someone having a computer having a computer crash or a blue screen of death, that may be on there. And these risk registers pretty much they give the vulnerability, they give how we view that in a risk score, and then they also give like a description of what we deem this risk to be, and then how does it affect us. So you're getting your risk description, your severity, you know. Now the owner of the risk is based off of the department, and if you have that department person, if you have so many different departments, maybe the physical the physical aspect of security, when we're talking about a active shooter, that may be the owner of that particular risk may be the person over physical security, right? Versus a ransomware risk may be over by the cybersecurity CISO. So it's two different owners, and they are going to pretty much create the the responses to those risks better than all just one person just kind of saying, you know what, I'm gonna just come up with different types of responses of how I think one should respond to these different types of risks. If I'm really working like um if I'm a web developer, then I should own the risk of buffer overflows. And I should understand how a buffer overflow should work and what we should put in place based off of our condition, our work environment, and base that out, base how we actually mitigate that risk in our environment. So that's what your owner is going to do. They're going to identify these mitigations based off of their experience. All right. And of course, we're going to use those heat maps in order to understand what we're going to tackle. Now, this threshold here needed to be on the risk appetite, but risk threshold is just going to be pretty much going back to lending out $25. That threshold is going to be $24. I can't, it's going to be at that point in time. If I give you $24.50, hey, I'm expecting to see that back. If not, then nah, I can't do it. That risk indicator, key risk indicators or KRIs are going to be like telltale signs that, you know, the risk is actually rising or there's a possibility of this actually coming to fruition. And so a lot of times people will do these key KRIs and performances too, where you hit main points to see if you're progressing up. Um, and if you are progressing, if you're hitting these KRIs, these constant key points or checkpoints, then there's a good chance that you're moving in the right direction. And the same things go for risk. If you're hitting certain key points, then maybe the risk is being able to increase in size or severity if it was to happen. Same thing on the decline too. Now, risk reporting is always going to be important. Everyone needs to understand that the risk is something that we need to, you know, give out to everyone, but it doesn't necessarily need to be on a daily basis for everyone. Maybe to your managers and your CISOs, they probably want to know this on a more quarterly basis. Um, versus, you know, your people who are working every day in the risk management space. They're probably going to want to know this on a daily basis. And when it comes to risk reporting, you pretty much just you're having these living documents that once you create them, you're constantly updating them, like that the risk register here could be a type of reporting where we are constantly updating this register, and it really never really stops because risk is always going to be there. And so we need to make sure that, you know, people are aware of it, but you don't need to send the risk registry out every day to the people or even monthly. You could probably send that out annually just to say, hey, this is what we've been tackling over the last year. Let's take a look at it and let's take some things off that don't apply to us anymore. Let's put some new things on there that we may have forgotten. So this whole time talking about risk, you know, I've been talking about how does it impact the company. This is where you need to know your essential functions. What makes the company run, and what can it not run on? If it doesn't have certain functions, are you still going to be able to function as a business? Meaning, can you make money if this function goes down? If not, then that's a critical system and it's an essential function. If it's an essential function, we need to put redundancy in place so it doesn't go down. So a question I ask you guys is that how important is the internet to a lot of online companies? The internet is the sole backbone of a lot of, if not all of the online companies. But yet a lot of them just have one access to the internet. That's all they have. If their access to the internet is down, then their website is down, or they can't answer any orders, they can't get back with any customers, they can't do meetings, and so you need to have a redundancy. How do you create a whole nother redundancy of a internet provider? Those are the type of things where you come up in the risk assessment. We go over that and we say, okay, well, you only got one connection through Time Warner. Okay, Time Warner needs to have they have a fiber line cut in the middle of the city. You're out of the internet for 8 hours. Can your system or can your company survive that? Maybe, maybe not. What's the maximum tolerable downtime? And the key word here is tolerable. If someone was to go to your website and this is your sole business being online, and they see that it was unreachable at that time to go to your website, will your customer come back in the next couple of hours, next couple of minutes, the next day? Will they come back? That's the tolerable downtime. And to get to a maximum point, you need to, not saying that it's a science or a formula that comes up with that particular time. The formula that's there is normally just kind of giving you an approximate time. So to for the sake of argument, I would say a max time is 16 hours. 16 hours you get to be down and non-working before someone else actually says, you know what, I'm going to this other store, I'm going to this other website, I'm not going to mess with this person. So to give a real life situation on that is that, how long do you think it'll take for Netflix to actually be down before someone says, you know what, Paramount Plus, that's where I'm going, I'm just going there and I'm not messing with Netflix tonight? Or better yet, I would say Tubi. Tubi is probably going to be your best competitor to Netflix. Anyway, I think it is. But anyway, what's the maximum tolerable downtime for Netflix? Can they be down for 6 hours? That might be too long. Maybe they can be down for, I think the maximum downtime for Netflix can be down is 15 minutes. Given the size of the company, and the type of events that they have, before they start to lose customers to Tubi, I think the reason why I would give them 15 minutes is because you got to think about how many people will constantly go back to the app just to see if it's working or not. And if not, then you could start to say in a qualitative analysis that, you know what, I ain't messing with Netflix no more. They not reliable. I'm going to Tubi never is down. I'm going to Tubi. And you may lose on a quantitative analysis, you may lose 15% of your users. Okay. So that's how that works. So you want to make sure that you understand your maximum tolerable downtime. But this is not necessarily something that the cybersecurity engineer or analyst will know, or the CISO. They don't really. This is normally going to be your C-level individuals understanding what's the downtime to where we just can't go past a certain point without being in our customers' face. What's the maximum tolerable downtime for Walmart? How can you go to Walmart in the middle of a day where you're thinking that they're open and their doors just don't open, and what's the maximum time to where you'll say, you know what, forget this, I'm going to Target? Maybe a little, maybe a lot. I would say probably not a lot, because what you're probably going in there, I would think after a certain amount of time, you could probably say, you know what, I'll pay just a little bit of more money and go to Target and get it. All right, moving on. Vendor management concept. So remember, when we're talking about these vendors, man, these vendors are, once we bring a vendor in, an outside party, a third party into our company, we're talking about bringing on any type of baggage that they come with. Okay. And we got to understand that we need to vet them out before we sign a contract with them. All right. Like my mama say, before you get into bed with them, hey, make sure you vet everything out. Understand what they bringing with them. And so you got to understand that when it comes to these third parties. And on this slide here, oh, go ahead, X. X, you got your.
Yeah, my bad. I was trying to unmute myself. I'm actually on the way home, but so also have a grievance with that. Yes, please make sure you get all the details before you enter into anything with a third party. Right now, I'm dealing with a company. So the certificate for our website has expired, but the renewal certificate was sent to the person who's the technical person who set it up for our school now, and we're waiting on them to give us access to the certificate because they put the email in their name instead of a person with the school. So for one aspect of our school, so for a certain aspect, it's not a major thing, but it's still like a minor thing that I would rather, like, whenever they did this, why didn't they sign up with us? I work for Talladega, so they should have signed up with a Talladega email instead of the vendor email, in which we could at least have access to in case of emergency. So it's like we don't have full access of all our assets because we dealt with a vendor, and when the time came, the person who was supposed to be watching the vendor wasn't making sure that the vendor had a organizational email in which we could gain access to in case we either start dealing with them. And in our case, they see that we're kind of fed up with them, so we kind of trying to move away from them, and they're like, "Well, we're just gonna start answering your calls now."
Mm-hmm.
So some vendors can be, excuse my French, assholes. In this case,
Yeah, and I've seen that time and time again where you're trying to do right by the business, and then there's a third party got their hands in something, and like, just in case, and like in your case where you need total control of something, and Lord forbid you actually need that, and then you need to get in contact with them in order to fix that or to at least have it, and they're nowhere to be found. They're not answering the phones that day, none of that. And people are just breathing down your neck just because of the third party person. And I've seen places where we've gotten out of deals just so we can do it right the next time. And so we may have went with a lesser vendor. And what I mean by that is that maybe they didn't offer all the features that the prior vendor did. Or maybe we may have paid a little bit more to get out of our old contract and into a new contract. But that's just, you got to vet them out. You got to vet them out, and you got to understand that this is who we want to be with for the next 3 years. These is normally 3 years is probably going to be your typical contract for a vendor. But just, ask good questions. And what I mean by that is that ask questions that pertains to your job and how we do things here at our company. How is your product, your service, um, your your customer service, the third party customer service, how is that all going to play a part in our sensibility of just having a smooth day? Can we call and open up a ticket with y'all real easy? If not, do we have to jump through hoops? Can we get somebody on the phone whenever we have problems? You know, all of those things need to come up in an assessment. And you can call people in, and a lot of times what you do is that you call these vendors in and you have a meeting with them and they show you their product, and you can ask that salesperson some questions, but you typically want to get to a technical um, individual. So you'll have kind of like a second meeting, and they'll normally bring in a technical expert as well as a salesperson. So these two people, they have two different jobs, to where one just knows the product, the other one knows the price of the product and how much they're going to charge you. So the person who knows the money wise, they don't really necessarily know how to talk to you as far as what you're going to do for your day-to-day process. You want to be able to ask that technical guy or girl the what is the ins and outs when it comes to your product. How are we going to have what's a regular day that looks like? What does it look like for us as customers? um if there's a problem, are y'all going to, how is sales looking when you want to talk to the salesperson? How is sales looking? Are y'all going out of business anytime soon? You don't want to ask it like that, but at the same time you want to get to the point where you don't want to get in a contract with a vendor and then all of a sudden they sell the business to someone else, and then now you gotta redo all of your policies with them because you don't know about their new leadership. So just be careful when it comes to third party vendors. You're not going to get around it. Um, some of the biggest companies I've seen, they still use small vendors, medium sized vendors. It doesn't really matter. Um, it's part of how corporate America works. Um, Conflicts of interest. So when it comes to picking out a third party, you don't want to necessarily go with my homeboy company that does antivirus. I'm gonna bring him in because I know he'll give me a good deal on it. Not saying that that's not something that you shouldn't do, but be careful of giving favorability to people that have your best, who doesn't necessarily have your best interests at heart, but you could be more invested in them than someone that you're not, someone that's has no ties to you at all. So those conflict of interest, even though you may be getting a better deal, you may not be getting a better service. Um, all of those things that come into play. You may not even be with the company after you bring in this person. So just go with the better vendor in all cases. And if you have some type of conflict, or you have some type of some type of interest that you just bond with this person all of a sudden, or you just not, because that can happen. Let me take that back. If you just can't see things like the definition says objectively, then be wary of that, because you don't want to make it seem like this is the sole reason why we're doing business, is because we went to the same school. All right, if we go up in a third party meeting and we're interviewing a third party, and only thing we're talking about is the same school, we went to the same school, and the football team, and this, that, and the third, and then all of a sudden we ask no questions about the product, and you still get the contract, there's a good chance that it's like, all right, there might be a conflict of interest here. And so now when we try to hold this company accountable, we may not get our just due because of someone not being able to see things from an outside point of view. Some other things that you could take into consideration when it comes to picking your vendor is having to see their reports. Sometimes they have these audit reports on a particular vendor. You can ask to see those to see exactly, um, how are they actually holding configurations? Are they doing things right? Because sometimes you have to intervene, you have to intermingle their configurations with yours. And so while you may be secure on your side, excuse me, if you're working with a cloud vendor and they're not doing certain scans on their side, whenever you push your data to their systems, then now your data becomes uh, insecure because of how they're keeping their house. So you want to make sure that you read those audits if they are available and see what type of penetration testing results that they had. And here's another big one. What are their supply chains? So the vendor may be our in our supply chain, but the vendor themselves may have their own supply chain that they depend on. So the easiest way I could put this is that if I'm running a hot dog stand and I depend on um I depend on Susie's bread truck or bread business to bring me the buns every day. I got the hot dogs. She need to bring me the buns. If her supplier, her bread supplier, Marita doesn't give her the buns, then I can't get mad at what I call her? Maria? Not Maria. Susan's. I can't get mad at Susan because she ain't got the bread. She has to wait on her own supply in order to give me my supply. That was kind of I had that same issue. I had my truck that needed to be fixed, and it needed to go to two different parties. But the party I gave my truck back to Ford. Ford needed to go to Tuscany, and Tuscany needed to go to another company in Whipple in Santa Clara or something like that. But and Whipple did not have the part. They had to make the part. So now Tuscany is like, well, we can't give you a part if we don't, we're waiting on our supply to give us that. And so it's just a big mess. So bringing it all back to technology. Um, while you may have your third party in there, you're thinking that your third party is good to go. They may have some more supplies that's coming in from their third party. And so keep those things in mind. Now, once you actually sign those contracts and you get these policies popping off, you want to make sure that you understand that you at least have some of these in play. And the let's go over some of the ones that's highlighted here. The memorandum of understanding, the memorandum of agreement is just kind of the same thing. And these two policies are just basically saying, um, this is as a third party, this is what I offer. Um, and as far as an agreement, this memorandum is saying that you agree that I'm bringing this type of service to your network. The understanding is that you understand that I'm not going to bring anything that I did not advertise or that I did not lay out in my details of what I bring to the table. Now, non-disclosure agreements are typically going to, or NDAs are going to be typically signed before information is given. If you have a particular company that, if they're sharing some type of financial, um, some financial numbers, maybe how much they grossed in sales last year, maybe they want you to sign an NDA before they go to, just in case if you go to their competitors and then say, you know what, I met with company so and so and they're not doing so great in these areas. Maybe y'all can, you know, finish them off in this particular areas of sales because they're just struggling. They're really hanging on with these numbers. You could sign that NDA in that if they can figure out that you were the one to give that type of information to their competitors, then they can hold you liable as far as breaking that non-disclosure agreement. SLAs. We talked about SLAs in Core 2 when it came to help desk and the type of timeline that we needed to have when it came to giving out a particular service to someone. So in your third party might come to you and say, hey, whenever you put in a ticket, we're going to answer you within 24 hours. That's going to be our service level agreement. We're going to answer you. Now, in that same agreement, it may say, we're not going to finish the ticket. We won't finish the ticket until it's done, but we will at least give you one reply within 24 hours. And so that could be a simple, you put in a ticket and they give you an automatic reply saying, hey, we got your ticket. We'll get back with you. Right. So service level agreement is typically going to be like that, but you got to look at really what they're really saying in that agreement to see what you're going to get. Statement of work and work order. So when you're talking about contracts, you want to have some type of statement of work where it shows you as a contractor or a third party coming in, these are the things that I'm working on. No more, no less. I'm going to fulfill the statement of work, and then anything that you ask over that, I have the right to disagree to. This is different when you're looking at a job description and you see one of the bullet points that it says for the duties is to fulfill all other tasks as assigned. Then that pretty much says, whatever I want you to do, that's what you're going to do. And my beloved HBCUs are notorious for this, where they'll have you as a network engineer, but if they need you to speak at the assembly or speak at business week or whatever the case may be, that's another task. That's another task as assigned, and you may be signed to that. And you may have to, be the dorm director. I don't know, but notorious. Anyway, moving on to audits and assessments. We already kind of talked about assessments a little bit, but you can have internal assessments, you can have internal audits, and then you can have external audits. Now, internal audits are, a small group of people that they follow a list of different categories to see if we actually are following by the rules. But then they may also be a little bit, this may go back to the conflict of interest, where they may be a little bit lenient on why we're not having certain things performed. And so having an external audit is going to give us more of a clear picture of what we actually are doing and if we're upholding the standard. The thing about the third party external is that this is where we need the NDA to come in place, because you don't want someone to have an assessment and be like, you know what, this person they ain't even got passwords in play. You get them easy. You want to make sure you have that NDA in play, and you want to make sure that whatever they give you on that external assessment, we try to address those as soon as possible. All right. So you don't want to be caught out there just because somebody kept it real, but at the same time, we out here slacking. Now that goes into penetration testing. So we can have our networking team, our security team do kind of like these little audits and be able to say, hey, we need to address these issues here. But it's nothing like a penetration test. Penetration test, if done with a obtrusive meaning behind it, if it's really done right, it's typically going to have this doggone red team behind it, and this is more than one person, and they're coming at you at every angle. and they're trying to really they're going to attack your business as if it's a real malicious attack. But a lot of businesses don't want a full-blown penetration test. They just kind of want to have, hey, do an assessment of my network and let me have a printout of what we need to work on. That's typically what you're going to get, because the ones that we always done is that you can have somebody come in, and goes to the passive reconnaissance. We're going to let you come in. We'll give you a username and password. Okay, now figure out everything that's wrong in the inside. Where a true penetration test is, I meet the penetration tester across the street from the business, and I say, hey, anything goes. Try your best to get into the company and disrupt anything. Take notes. I give you 2 weeks to create all the havoc you can. And if that means they need to bring down the network, that means they social engineer someone out of their ID card, they take the router out, whatever. If they disrupt our whole business, that's what a true penetration test is going to actually do. And that's a great way for you to figure out, okay, going back to our risk assessment, hey, maybe we need to reevaluate our risk assessment because we just let somebody just walk on into the network closet. We need to reevaluate that. We thought we were straight, but we wasn't. And so a true penetration test is going to allow that. But to my point of it never being like that I've seen, is because we're still having business and we still are trying to, hold customers to their services that they need. We don't have time for a penetration test that actually take down the whole network while we're in the middle of a transaction. I get it, but it's never going to really give you a true readout. And so a lot of times you'll get these these little passive reconnaissance or passive penetration tests. I give you a certain amount of information, is not necessarily true. I mean, as far as like they're starting from the across the street, figure it out. I don't give you any information about my website, people in here, none of that. But the places that I've seen, they'll give them a good bit of information and let them, be able to, really plop them into the middle of the network and then poke around. But to my point of red team, blue team, if you're having more than one penetration tester on site, these are going to be your offensive players. These are going to be the ones that's constantly giving out the threats. They're going to probably be working with Kali Linux, being able to exploit any type of vulnerabilities that you have out there, and then recording them, reporting them to whoever we need to have them. Get those reports either on a daily basis or after the whole test is over. And then you got the blue team, which is going to be on the defensive side. Now you also have what they call purple team, and I think purple team is going to be I forget, they got purple team and some other team, but for the security plus, red team, blue team is really what you need to know. But a lot of companies are not big enough in order to have a red team or a blue team. You're typically going to have a blue team just because you gotta, if you're working in a cybersecurity department, then everybody's there going to be on a defensive. But offensively, you may not have time to be offensive minded. You may be, and that's where going back to the words that I said of what was the words? Proactive and reactive. So reactive is going to be your defensive side. Hey, they did this, so we will react to this. Someone got a ransomware, we will react defensively and do this. Offensively, when you're talking about exploiting something, there's really, on a day-to-day basis, there's no chances for us to really kind of think, okay, where can we be offensively malicious at. You think about those things that we could change the configurations on, but a lot of times in a day-to-day basis, you're thinking more on the defensive side of it, right? That's all I had for risk assessment and the processes. Any questions? Lesson 16, data protection and compliance concepts. Excuse me. Not going to be terribly long today. And remember that after this one, we'll start back going to do some more studying on core 1 and core 2. But let's go ahead and let's jump into lesson 16. Data classification and compliance. So when talking about cybersecurity, we always refer to the information that we make for the company as data. It could be something like a Word document, PowerPoint, but it also could be some copies of PDF files that we have, maybe some important policies that we type up. Maybe it's an important ingredient that we use to make our special cookies. Whatever the case may be, this is important to the company, and this is the data that we actually have. Now, sometimes some data is important, more important than others, but for the most part, we want to protect it all. And the more sensitive ones, we want to put tags on it. We want to let other people know that, hey, be extra careful with this type of information. But we got to understand that we need to recognize what data that is before we can actually do that to that particular data. Now, the two that I got here highlighted is trade secrets and intellectual property, IP. Now, don't get IP. Sometimes they may try to fool you on the test, right? They may ask you a question and have it abbreviated IP, but if you read the questions and understand the context, they may be asking you what intellectual property or data is so and so and so, instead of it asking you what IP address that is asking you. So it should be two totally different things. But let's go ahead and let's jump into intellectual property. That could be anything that can be sensitive to the or critical data for that business. So let's just say KFC. KFC has what, the 11 herbs and spices, right? Well, the intellectual property would be the 11 herbs and spices that they use to create the original chicken. If that was to be compromised in any type of way, then we could say that the breach has happened and someone has gotten hold of our intellectual property. Instead of just saying, hey, somebody got hold of our recipe, they could say somebody got hold of our intellectual property, which could be a grave danger to our company and its existence. So we want to make sure that any type of intellectual property, especially those that's very sensitive to the company, things that what makes the company different than any other company out there. Now, yes, you have Pepsi and you got Coca-Cola, but the ingredients are not totally the same. And you would think that their business plans differ in some type of way. So what we think is critical to us, we want to deem that as intellectual property and say, you know what, I don't want anybody else to know this about us internal, unless you're internal to us. Anybody external, they don't need to have this information. Now, going back to trade secrets is, when it comes to the stock market, and or it sometimes it can be looked at, well, let me jump to that later. When you're talking about the stock market and you're talking about having some type of insight of a business, and then if you're holding stocks and then you decide to sell the stocks because of where the company is going, then that's a quote unquote trade secret, and then that's of course illegal to do. You can't sell based off of it's kind of going back to conflict of interest. You can't really understand or know trade secrets and then base your actions off of those trade secrets. Um, so it's kind of a conflict of interest if you do so. But anyway, trade secrets is not always just associated with the stock market. It's sometimes associated with the intellectual property of we're actually taking critical information, critical data, and then selling that information out or trading that information out. So you can look at it in two different ways, but more likely you're going to look at it in a way of someone has an insight of a business and they decide to handle their stocks in a certain way, or they tell you to buy stocks in this particular company because they just got a loan from the government or a grant from the government, which is going to allow for them to boom. So to give an example, if you look at Tesla and you are an employee with Tesla, but then all of a sudden you sell all of your stocks right before the Trump campaign started. And you knew that since you're in the business um, of Tesla, you knew that Elon was going to be in Donald Trump's cabinet. And so you decided to sell your stock while it still had a high value, knowing or having a good feeling that it will dip whenever they announce Elon as being a part of the cabinet. And so that's having intellectual knowledge um, of the company, and then almost having a trade secret of saying, you know what, I hear this is coming down the pipe. I'm gonna go ahead and jump off this rag quick and save that money. So sometimes you see politicians, they get in trouble behind this where they have a stock in a particular company and all of a sudden they dump their whole stock, they sell it all just to get to recoup or to get the value of the stock at that particular time. But then as the stock tanks in the next couple of days, people will look back and say, you know what, so and so sold all these stocks right before it tanked. um you know let's try to get this person on that. That's a trade secret being somewhere having some type of conflict of interest in that. All right, so data classifications normally, um like I said, we have data that's more important than others and more sensitive. So of course we want to keep everything in, like, let's say HR to be real sensitive, right? Because we're talking about people's information, um, personal information at that, medical records, whatever the case may be, maybe some payment card in this information that's probably there as well. So we want to make sure that all that's sensitive, but that doesn't necessarily make anything that's in the marketing department to be less sensitive or unclassified. So in the military, you normally have, three different types of levels when it comes to data classification. You have unclassified, classified, and then top secret, or you can have it unclassified, secret, and then top secret. Um, that's the only three typically, but I believe that there's many levels above that. I think that you typically you go to a certain point and then that's all the government really wants you to hear about. But I'm not going to get on my soapbox about that. But um, there can be many levels to it of what you could consider to be sensitive information. Um, but it's easy to keep it at a level that people can understand, that there's a level that most people can read and understand and don't really care about what's going on with that particular category. Uh, that's more your class of unclassified, non-secret, whatever you want to call it. But then you have secret, something that's, hey, this is information we don't want to get out. Um, and we need to make sure that it has a different level of security versus the unclassified stuff. Not saying that the unclassified stuff should be out there for everyone to see, because you could do reconnaissance on that and piece together certain secretive information based off of the non-secret stuff. You get what I'm saying? So you don't want to just make everything just kind of nonchalant and just like, hey, we don't put nothing on anything that's unclassified. You want to make sure that you do put a level of security to it, but it doesn't have to be locked down like secret is, and definitely not locked down the way top secret is. So secret is more, if we're going back to KFC, that's the secret information will be more your 11 herbs and spices. And the reason why it's not top secret is because you're constantly bringing in people to make that type of chicken, right? So say if they actually have to create the spices and herbs every morning, then hey, we don't want so and so on the streets to understand what the recipe is, but anybody who's wearing a KFC shirt needs to understand what the secret information is on making this chicken. Now, the top secret information may be, um if we're staying with the KFC um point of view, it may be, hey, we're doing a, or McDonald's like to do this. McDonald's will bring back the McRib sandwich, and while you thought it was a pork sandwich, it's actually made out of bologna. And that's what they, you know what I'm saying? You see exactly what it is, but it's so shocking, right? To where you're looking at it like, well, this doesn't really need to get out, because we don't want to make sure we show people that they're eating bologna. I knew you was gonna say something. I'm pretty sure that we don't want to show people that they're eating this for the McRib. So we may classify that as top secret. Not saying that it's morally right, but we know that if this information gets out, it could take a damaging blow to the company. So we want to, you know what, we could tell people what's in the secret sauce on the doggone Big Mac, Thousand Island dressing, whatever. But the McRib, we ain't gonna really tell nobody what that is. So let's keep that as top secret. We'll label that as top secret. Make sure that only a handful of people can understand what is in this, and we make sure that those people accounts are to the brim, locked down as much as possible. Um, they have the most trouble. We give them the most training as far as what to look for when it comes to going and traveling in these places. So you could you understand from my examples, what information is very important, and then who can actually have that information. Just because you work there doesn't necessarily mean that you understand why the pay grade is what it is. So I had this problem at two places where I went, where someone at HR accidentally emailed the pay grade for everyone in the company to everybody in the company. So it was an email that went out, and if you got it in time, then you can open up the attachment and then see exactly what everybody made, right? So that's, while you may say, hey, it's not that big of a deal, it is to a certain extent, especially when you start seeing um, who's getting underpaid, why. Those questions will come out of why are they getting underpaid, um, and you're looking at tenure, and then that person is not getting paid as this much, and they just started. Um, you could have outrageous salaries for people who stayed 20, 30 years. You didn't even know this company could pay that type of money, and you just asked for a raise, and they're not trying to give you a raise. So it could get real messy. But that type of information should only be privy to maybe the HR manager as well as the CFO and the CEO. Maybe it should only be a handful of people that can see the whole entire list of pay grades for everyone, right? So those type of things need to be vetted out. We need to sit down and go have a meeting with everybody in the departments and say, hey, what is sensitive? What is really sensitive? What what will change the outlook of this company if this information was to get out? What is that? And we put tags on those things. And what I mean by tags is that we put things in the metadata. So we, and if you look here, I can go to my information, my info screen, and the metadata is the details. Where is my detail? Not the protection. Look for issues. It's going to be here. So how you see how the author is automatically ingrained as James. This is where we could put more information about this particular document. And it's not necessarily what we see once we go and open up the file. We see this when we open up the file, but the metadata in the back, the details of uh, the actual document is something totally different. So we could do properties. We can go to the details here, and you see how all of this is detailed out as far as creation date, last modification, the content type. All this information is what we call the metadata. This is almost like the data makeup for this particular document, or kind of like the medical records for your particular document. And so whenever you send this, you package this up in a Ziploc bag, not a Ziploc bag, Jesus, in a zip file, and you actually attach it to an email. That metadata follows that, and so we can tag these documents and put in there, hey, sensitive information with two little stars or whatnot, and now tell our DLP system, our data loss prevention system, to look for anything tagged sensitive with two stars. The more stars it has, or if we go up to a level of 3 stars, it's top secret. 2 stars is secret, and then 1 star is unclassified. So you can send a warning out for anything that's unclassified. Anybody can read it. We'll just send a warning out like, hey, once you send that email out, you'll get a response saying, just to be aware that this is unclassified data, but just to be sure that you are willing to send this out, or just confirm that you want to send this out, and you do so, and there's nothing to it. But if it has 2 stars in that metadata and it stops, it kind of it doesn't deliver that mail until you give a confirmation that you know for sure that, hey, this is the information that's in this particular document. Are you sure that you want to send this to someone external outside of the company? And the same thing, even at a more you know intrusive state with a top secret data. Maybe you can't do anything unless you acknowledge this particular email before it goes out. Maybe on the secret, you could probably ignore the the notification and maybe come back to it. But on the top secret, it has to be addressed right then and there. And maybe on top of that, even when you say yes, go ahead and send that out, maybe we still tag your supervisor in the email automatically to say, hey, this person sent out this sensitive information, just to keep in the loop of what's going on. So that's where DLP can come in and be very good. um, the problem with all DLP systems that I've seen is that companies have been working for years, if not decades, and it's so much information that's on the computer and servers. It's hard to really tag everything automatically, and so you have to go by one, bit by bit or document by document, and manually tag these documents. So you can imagine that's probably not going to get done in a lot of cases. All right. So where the data is stored is also a big complication as far as um, privacy is concerned and the classification is concerned too. So if we're still talking about classifications, maybe we don't want any type of secret and top secret information to be in certain countries. So we definitely don't want it in Korea, South Korea. We definitely don't want it in Russia. Maybe some parts of Asia. We might not want our Southeast Asia. We don't want our information in. Maybe some parts of Africa. We don't want our information in. Some parts of South America. Um, we just while there's data centers there, we don't want our information in a particular country where um, the country may be able to take over the responsibility of the data center that our information is there, right? So I hate to give the example of South Korea, but if your information is in South Korea on a server in there, and then all of a sudden uh, the the ruler over there is saying, hey, we're not allowing this particular encryption to be on our particular servers anymore. So if you have anything that's higher than a 128-bit encryption, then you need to downgrade that encryption because we need to see exactly what are you hiding from us, which is, if I'm not mistaken, this happened maybe, I want to say 7 years ago. So they told you to downgrade your encryption level in order for, just in case if they wanted to probe that particular document, given the fact that they're in that country, they can have the policies to do so. And so you want to make sure that you understand where are your backup data centers are, and more importantly, you remember how we talked about last night, your third party vendors. You want to make sure that your third party vendors ain't cheaping out somewhere trying to have a server in Russia, but they're selling you the service for cheaper, but they're keeping your information over there in Russia. It's not, you're looking directly at your third party, but your third party has somebody that they're in the bed with, and it's someone that means your data in no good. So you want to make sure that you understand where your data is, and it may take a little bit of digging to really figure out where it could be. All right, data privacy. So you heard me talk a lot about PII, personal identifiable information. So again, we're talking about first and last name, date of birth, um, of course, the social security number, um, street address, and I think that's really it when it comes to like how to determine who you are. You don't really need the security social security number to really kind of figure out who you are. Again, like I said, how many how many Kristen McCords are there in Alabama? And then if I can, even if I get 30 results, how many can I really, if I have just another piece of personal identifiable information, how can I really drill down to who she is and then who the person I'm really looking for? Remember, I said that, if you had 30 people in a classroom, there's a good chance, a very high chance, that there's two people in that whole room that has the same birthday. And it just goes to show that there's a possibility that it's not so much information that we really need that's going to not defer, but differentiate differentiate us from each other. We we have our first and last name, but a lot of times, if I could just get an address behind that, an email address, or more particular on a physical address, then I probably can find whoever I need to find. I don't know if you guys ever tried this, but I like doing it. Um, just Google yourself and see if what pops up. And just give it one finding point. Let's see. Hey, that's me. And given the fact, and that's a place where I used to work at, given the fact that, you know, the internet, your social media is growing all the time, it'll be easier for search engines to find you. Um, and it used to be like they used to have these ads up here to where you could find people and their personal information, as far as like phone numbers and things of that nature. So you could look at it like, okay, well, let's see if I can get you on a call number, or if I'm doing some type of marketing promotion, and I know that you hold a certain position, then maybe I could just do a quick little Google search. I know that, and I was on the first page, was I? I was on the first page, and it comes up with something that I always push is my LinkedIn account. So, you know, double-edged sword here. I want people to find me on LinkedIn, but at the same time, if somebody was really kind of looking for something secretive or to get more information on me, they could say, you know what, I know at least he's in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Um, and I don't know exactly if he works at Mitchell Technologies, but that's what he has listed. And you could just look at all the other things that I've done to really go back to the other Lee Mitchells. I'm probably not the other Lee Mitchells here that's here. Maybe that's not the people you're looking for. Maybe not. Might be looking for this guy. But yeah, just see what what Google will come back on you, and see is exactly what you got out there. There are programs that'll help you clean that type of information up if you don't want that. But you know what? I want to try something just real quick. I just thought about it. Y'all bear with me. I want to put my phone number in. Interesting. Yeah, Spokio is. I remember Spokio. That used to be something that you could find relatives close to you, and I think we got this on a slide or something like that. But a lot of times when you are with these phone companies, well, back in the day, I don't know how it is now, but you would have to do like a relative, I think, to get a phone line. Like they treated a phone line like it was doggone gold, and you just couldn't up and just be like it is now. Like I feel like anybody at, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, what age do you have to be to get a phone line? Do you have to be a certain age?
I don't think there is an age.
Is it 8? Like it's not 18. Like it's got to be like 16 or something like that, right? 18? Really?
I think it's 18. In order to get like your own phone line, I'm pretty sure it's 18. Unless like I mean I guess because at 16, depending on what job you can get at 16. I mean, because you know, some people who are 16 can find something like if you work at Chick-fil-A or you do something like that while you're in high school, you probably could still get a phone line. I remember I got my first own phone line when I was 18. That's how they let me get it. Because at that point, it's kind of like I wouldn't say, well, yeah, they do. They can
I
do a credit
was
check in order to run your
I was also
phone.
gonna say, like, isn't a phone line a contract? And if you have to sign a contract in order to get your phone line, don't you gotta be 18 to sign a contract?
Yeah,
Touche.
unless you just
Okay.
bought a phone outright.
Touche. You
So
got me
yeah,
on
it's
that.
probably 18.
Is as I bought my iPhone out, so I was able to own my own iPhone at like 15 with my own phone number. That's what I was going to type.
That and see, I want to say y'all are right. Y'all are right. It's got to be 18 to open a whole line. But I guess I was looking at it like I remember. No, I don't remember. But I thought that it could be younger because I thought that kids are getting phones at way younger ages. Like y'all didn't get y'all first phone at 18, right? Y'all got it at, I'm assuming, way younger, maybe 14, 12. When the first time y'all got a phone?
I'm gonna be real honest with you. I didn't start getting my phone until I was like 12, and that was because I was in sports. My parents didn't play it. That's the only reason why they called them after practice.
I would say
Yeah.
like 10 is when I got my phone. I don't remember vaguely. You know, I started with a Android, and then I upgraded at like 13 to an iPhone.
I didn't have that privilege. I started out with the most basic babyest phone you could think of. I had a Firefly.
You want to know
My
what's
Oh,
crazy
first,
too?
the
Like,
very
you know,
first.
I'll go ahead.
Oh, you good? That was it.
a
I was saying what's
fire.
crazy too. What'll be funny, Mr. Mitchell, is that like just like a little tidbit. When I used to get in trouble, my punishment was to get an Android. Like I, I would have to get an Android phone whenever I got in trouble.
Let me tell you something, man. If you got to be the only person, I'm a pray for you. I hope to God that you get a job at Apple. I really do. I hope that you really somehow, some way, someone pulls you into Apple so you could be in that cult and be over there with, is that Elon? That ain't Elon. That's
I'm not
Musk.
gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like being
Mhm.
a computer science major, Apple does not play when it comes to their recruitment. I'm saying anytime they come to, do their little tidbits, their speeches, they're catered down. Boba, Chick-fil-A, brownie salad, they do not play when it comes to their recruitment. And when you do join Apple, like as an actual person on their team, you get so many like free stuff. It's ridiculous. I think
Yeah,
you get like an entire ecosystem when you start working for Apple, just like for free.
yeah. When they tell
Yep.
y'all to go, yo, we need some people to go to Mars and scout that out for us, yo. Let's go ahead and pick everybody from Apple. You be right over there. But
You
nah,
know, Mr. You ain't never heard of Firefly before?
I heard of a firefly, the bug.
Yeah, it's got the 4 buttons. Oh, some emergency. That's it. You can't talk to nobody else.
Oh, you mean like the Ladybug phone?
Oh, this look like some life alert stuff. It
Yeah,
reminds me of I don't know. I'm showing my age again. Y'all
yeah,
ever heard
nah.
of Digimon?
Yes, I have heard of Digimon before. Yeah.
Yeah, this was kind of remind me of the Digimon eggs. Jesus, this made a phone call.
Yes, you have mom right there, and you got dad right there, and then in the middle button, bro. Listen, don't judge me, man. Listen, no, my life was a struggle. My dad was a drill sergeant. Okay, you have to understand. So, mom and dad, and then you got the book in the middle. You might get one extra emergency contact. That's it. After that, I had got mad. So, whatever money I had on the side, I bought me a track phone and told
Wow,
folks don't call me or text me unless it's the weekends or past a certain time of night. So you don't waste my minutes up. I remember them.
wow. I've learned something new today. Anybody else ever had this?
Well,
Jeez,
I would never be an Android heaven. Oh, that seemed like jail, Alcatraz, and prison.
at
So
least you could like Jesus.
I ain't never had that.
How you? Oh, okay. You hang up over there. Okay, and you just charge it up. I'm assuming with the traditional Android plug.
Yep.
I'm assuming the battery life was crazy long though, right? Because
Oh
it's
yeah, that
it's
battery
nothing.
lasts. It was 2 days. It was 2 days. It was good. There was,
And
there was no games on there, but they had some really fire ringtones, so you
I
can
was
get
gonna say,
intrigued by the ringtones.
I was gonna say it has to be at least lasting for a couple of days for it to have those basic functions.
yeah, tell you the date.
It's
And
indestructible too. I'll tell you that much also.
I could see kids having it, but I can also see kids probably getting picked at if you. bring that to school. Like
Oh,
you
I
can't.
was. I
Oh,
was. I was.
I'm sorry.
Hold up,
That's when I
guys.
bought my
Yeah, I'm not
triphone.
gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. If you would have pulled that out, boy, you would have got your lashes around me.
It's giving. Hold up, guys. Let me call my parents.
And hit one button. And we hit this one over
Yeah,
here.
but I'll tell you this though, they never lost a signal. No matter where I was at, they had strong signal. It was top tier with the phone call.
Yeah.
No calls dropped.
Well, you
Okay,
didn't have much to do on it, so I bet they had the best signal on that.
how much? Nah, I ain't gonna ask that. But this couldn't have been $100. Yeah, okay.
Nah, I don't think so. It was super cheap. Yeah, nah. It must have been $100 then. I don't know. That was
But to
like
tell you the
early
truth,
2000s.
I would give this to seniors. Old people like 80 and up or 70s and up. They don't really care about the phones like that. Give them this,
What?
in my opinion. Hey,
You know
that's what I'm.
what? That is right. I would give that to my granny. Like, if she was just old and didn't have nothing to do, and that's what she want to call me, I would just give her that. Because honestly, dealing with like older people, they hate having those buttons. But I mean, even modern phones now, you can put them in old people mode. But not to be rude, but like it's kind of like I don't know what it's called, like assistive mode. I just call it, the elderly mode. But yeah, and it turns your iPhone into just a easy, like just 3 button phone.
It worked.
Yeah.
Look, you get a phone case and everything. That's what's up with the little ring.
Hey man, listen, the selling pitch was great. I don't know why in the world. I don't know how my parents found that phone. I don't know what was the purpose of it. I was just like, okay, I guess we here. And then, at a certain point in time, my dad got me the sidekick. And then we
Okay,
was we
so
was
that was a big
cool.
upgrade.
We were cool. Yeah, it was a big upgrade, man. It was through Verizon too. I thought I had money, you
Yeah,
know? Thought I had money with a sidekick.
Verizon hit you with them hidden fees like it ain't nothing.
Yeah, because you got the front, you can call through the front, you can text through the front too. That screen's small. But then imagine you just talking to a girl, and you sidekick, wow. And now she like, he got money because you got a sidekick. In actuality, I'm not paying the bill on the phone, so I don't have money. But it was cool.
Y'all taught me something tonight. This is. I got to bring this up to my wife. I don't think we ever seen this. Just
That was the
what
exact
year?
packaging right there. That was the exact packaging right there. I remember that kid in the front, that white kid in the front smiling like that. I remembered it because I hated the
What year
packaging
was
so
this
much. I hated it so much.
for you? What year?
That was, I want to say 2000 and 2006, 2006, 2007. Yeah. I'm old, man. I'm old.
All right, all right. Anyway, um, okay. So let me get back to the phone lines. Excuse me. I remember how they got the relative information because I wanted to say that you had to come in there and open a phone line, but they wanted to know almost like if you couldn't pay your bill, it was almost like having a cosign or in that realm. And so they would get when you have a cosigner, they're pretty much giving up the same information that you're giving up, just to be able to open that phone line up. And now that you guys say that, yeah, it is a contract, which would, I didn't think about that. That makes total sense to have all of that information, even on a cosigner. But long story short, you could go to these sites that, you know, they will look up your information, but they will also see who's associated with you and your information. And you may see really kind of like first cousins here, if not brothers and sisters. Um, it's according to how it you know how family is. And so um it's just you could do a lot of reconnaissance here. Is what I'm saying is that the information, the data that we put out, personal data, sometimes could be more than what we're actually bargaining for. And as consumers, the only thing we're really looking at is we're trying to get the phone, and we're not even thinking about someone's whole address just being here for someone to look at. And I think in some cases where there's a whole phone number, and if I wanted to try to call this number and run a scam, maybe I can, maybe I can get a hit, maybe not. Jesus Christ, they even coming out here with demographic numbers. So they really trying to sell the website here now, because I'm assuming that when Spokio was out and was hot, Google was still kind of in the trend up. People wasn't really going to it as a end all be all search engine. But it's really kind of like Spokio was and other sites like it was like the yellow pages on steroids. Just kind of, hey, we got the information that you're looking for on this person, but we got some more information too if you want that.
Spokio.
Yeah, I wouldn't use it now. I think that they are some better paid information sites out there if you're really trying to do like um background checks on people. Now, not saying that you should just do a background check on anybody, right? Not just because you like that. Don't do that. But if you need to run a background check on someone, there are paid options that you can have. And I would say that they go intrusively into your personal information, but I don't think it goes that crazy deep to where they're gonna pull medical records or police records. They may show that you've gotten arrested, but they may not show the charge. You get what I'm saying? So there are some out there, and these companies, they do take advantage of those type of services. Not, but at the same time, and let me get on my soapbox about that, is that back in the day when we're talking about 0506, people will look at pulling a background report on you. Nowadays, they'll go and Google you just like how I did on myself, and go and look at your social media posting. And then they'll decide, I wouldn't say they'll decide, but sometimes people get a good understanding of if they like you or not based off of your social media presence. And so I would always say, if you got a social media platform that's, for the most part, you speak your mind, or you got certain points up there that's not popular across the board, right? So it's not PC, it's not politically correct, and we all know what that is. Then make sure that
Tony tried to jumper.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
didn't know I was on mute.
no problem. So if it's not politically correct or whatever the case may be, and we all know what that is, just go to your privacy settings and make sure that you change your profile to where only the things that you want people to see, to be able to see. So we all got people that's just kind of like lurkers on the internet, that's just kind of like, yo, they'll go to your page, they ain't gonna ask you to be a friend or whatever, but they just skimming, looking at timelines, looking at what you're posting, whatever the case may be. If you want them to only see a certain amount of things, not all your pictures, not all your videos, not all your posts, make sure you take time out of your day and go to your profile and turn some of that stuff off. You'll see the setting in there to it'll show you see your profile as a visitor or something like that, and decide what you want them to see. And at least that will, if any type of potential employers come to your page, then you could say, oh, you know what? Majesty ain't look, he got a phone, he got a doggone Android in his hand. He can't work for Apple. So you can go ahead and change that up and at least keep those things private. So do yourself a favor and do that. Just one Sunday out of the day when you ain't doing nothing, just go there and change that up. All right. Moving on to privacy data when we're talking about GDPR. So we talked about GDPR, I think last week, where this is according to the UK, Great Britain, England, Ireland, those people over there across the pond, right? As they say, the GDPR is what they're gonna really be basing their privacy data on. And the main thing that you need to know about the GDPR is the right to be forgotten rule. And this is where the personal information that they give a company, they have it in their policies to where after a certain amount of years that you will delete their information from your database. So let's say Spokio, right? We just saw Spokio. I still got it. I ain't got it. Anyway, we just saw Spokio have a whole bunch of information up there. Well, in the GDPR, they would have it to where after 2 years, you couldn't find that person's information on that particular site anymore because they have the right for them to forget their information. Some cases in America where they still have your information for years, if not decades, maybe just constantly keeping it. Not saying that they're going to do anything with it, but they're not gonna delete it either. So if they become a breach victim, then your information in turn becomes available on the dark web because of the people that you dealt with in 2002, or like in the case of Savalas, the Firefly phone. Maybe he registered that phone, and while the company may not be in business, they never got rid of the old database. And so if that database is somewhere online, then maybe it could be breached, and then they could possibly take that information, that personal information, sell that on the dark web, and maybe create some new credit cards in all those people's name because we had to create a new phone, right? Or you said it was your parents, so it will be your parents' information. So just, it not saying that, the right to be forgotten should be something that we have here, but in the UK, if you have data over there, then know that that's the type of time that they're on. That you just can't be gathering data and just keeping it forever. You got to go ahead and dispose of it properly. And we talked about these data breaches, man, because that's exactly what happens when you gather so much information that eventually, I wouldn't say eventually, but there's a high chance of a data breach happening because you got so many people putting their hands on the same information. And so what happens when a organization becomes a victim of a data breach? You damage the reputation, and people don't really want to mess with that particular company anymore. Or they want to, you know what? I heard this about them. I want to see if there's a different way. Now, it may not happen that way because I remember, I want to say 5 years ago, maybe it went five, but Experian, the credit bureau, they became a victim of a data breach, and there's nothing you can do about it because it's a credit bureau. It's not like you're gonna say, you know what, I don't want my credit ran with them anymore. I mean, you can and don't really ask them for a credit update or a credit report update, but and go get you a LLC and then focus in on that credit. But they're kind of set there as a standard and create you know their breach didn't really hurt their business. It's just kind of, they put out a statement saying, hey, we messed up, my bad, but just keep they messed up. The data leaked out, people's data leaked out, and they said be on the lookout if any type of accounts open up in your name. It's your fault that my information is out there, but you're telling me now I got to be on pins and needles to make sure that there's nothing happening in my name. So you get those type of some companies like that. Now, typically it's going to be some type of identity theft, right? So you're talking about things that, and when I talk about identity theft, I'm talking about really just open up some type of money account in your name. So in order to open up a credit card, name, address, email address, something you can make up, and then social security number, date of birth. You can get at least $2,000 on any type of credit card just that easy, just by having the information. And so it's easy for a hacker or a scammer, because sometimes we don't associate hackers with doing those type of scams, but they're living in the same world. They're getting the same information and creating only the same things, in my opinion. Maybe a hacker may do it at a higher value. You know, they may want to get the information of a business and maybe open up a business account and then spend the money on the business name. But your local scammer is probably trying to do the same thing. I just need enough personal information to go to um, American Express, give them the personal information, tell them to send it to my address. I got me a free credit card. I got me free $2,000. I'm gonna go and spend it on anything that I want, and the real person is not going to be notified until they start sending out late notices because the bill hasn't been paid. So you could do a identity fraud theft claim, but you know your credit is already going to take a hit. You know, it's a snowball effect. And do you pay that stuff off? Do you just kind of, I don't know. I would, I don't know. You want to just be up on top of that as much as possible. But if somebody opens up something in your name, make sure that you can get, sometimes the credit bureau, um, they will give you an email if you are, you know, registered with them, to say, hey, a new account has been opened up in your name. Are you aware? And if that's the case, then, you know, you could put the call in and say, put the call into that company and say, you know what, I didn't open this up. Go ahead and close that. So we talked about the fines, and of course the IP theft, intellectual property theft. Those are typically going to be your breaches. Now fines, let's go. No, let's go back to fines. Fines are, you know, when you do, if you are a part of a data breach and you don't notify your customers that their information has been leaked out, they can be sanctioned by the government and fined a certain amount of money because they didn't put out a statement that this has happened. Please be on the lookout for any type of false claims or accounts opening up in your name. So those fines can happen, and they could be pretty heavy. So companies are typically, that's why you will wonder why a company would say anything about a breach, but they, under law, they have to at this point, because it's not like we're finding the people who are doing it. We just pretty much just want to know if, hey, we got to keep an eye out for anything. Now, normally, going back to this slide, in order to stop these things from happening, there's data breaches from happening, if we are held to any type of compliance standards, if we are compliant, it helps our chances of being more secure. It doesn't make us totally secure, but it does help our chances from being secure, because these compliance and regulations that we're under will give us the guidance that we need, the best practices that we need in order to have security measures in place. Okay. Prime example, HIPAA what we talked about, FERPA when it came to the federal education system. We talking about PCI DSS when we're talking about credit card industries making any type of transactions online. If we follow those guidelines, those regulations, there's a good chance that we have things in place in order to handle a breach, but we're probably not going to be breached as easily. Okay. Data loss prevention. So earlier when I was talking about the metadata, I brung up data loss prevention, and data loss prevention is a system that we put in place similar to like IP on the on Security Plus. They're gonna call it IDS is a data loss prevention, also a IPS, something that prevents intrusion, is also a data loss prevention system. So DLP is a system similar to if you want to put it in like a Apple to Apple type thing, it's like an antivirus that you put on your computer. You will put that on. Honestly, to be honest with you, I don't have it on it. Yeah, this is a different computer. But anyway, you can have your antivirus have a section here directly for DLP. And now it's going to look for viruses, but at the same time, it's going to do scans over your files to make sure that there's sensitive data there. And if so, that they're tagged properly. And on top of that, if you try to send it somewhere, that it lets you know that you're trying to send that information out. Or if someone's trying to take that information, it stops that from going anywhere. So that's typically how DLP works as an appliance. Now, we typically, when you see DLP, you're typically going to see these type of things when it comes to data. Either data is in rest, it's in motion, or it's in use. So at rest means exactly what it says. It's not doing anything. We're not doing anything with it. It's just dormant. So I got this document open right here, but everything below it, I believe, is at rest. And what I mean by at rest, I don't have it open. I don't have it running or anything. So on the opposite end of that, the data in use would be this file right here. I'm actively using this file. I'm making changes to this file. So I'm active. That data is in use. Now the data in motion is the activity of me actually packing that data up and typically emailing it to where it needs to go, or if I'm using FTP to transfer it between between folders, maybe I do it that way. But that's data in motion, whether it's coming in or going out. So data at rest, not using it. It's here, but it's just resting. And then data in use, I'm actually actively using this data at this point. Now, those three things are normally going to be paired up with encryption. So we want to have encrypted data at rest, meaning we encrypted the whole hard drive to make sure that anything that's resting on the data on the hard drive is encrypted and protected. And then anything in motion, anything that we're sending over the internet, we're using HTTPS, and we're using some type of VPN or not IPS, what you call it, internet security to have some type of encryption on that data as it's moving across the network. Now, it's hard. You have some people saying that we can encrypt data that's in use, but in my opinion, we can't encrypt data that we're currently using and we're changing, because that, to me, that means that we're constantly changing the encryption as we're making edits to the data. So I think that is not, if we're using it, it's not encrypted. It's encrypted with the last piece of encryption that we put on it, but it's not encrypted again with the new encryption until we actually save it and then put it back at rest. All right, let's get to personal policies. So we talked about policies before. I want to say we talked about it yesterday. Acceptable use policies. This is where we tell people what we expect to have on our networks, what we expect to have on our computers. Very easy policy to put out there. Very easy policy to have people accept and on their behalf and be able to follow those type of policies. Now, these are fairly new, but they are out here. Social media use and then analysis. So, not necessarily saying what you do on your personal social media platform, but how the policy will detail how will you view the company in your social media platform. So, taking a selfie at work and showing the office space may be frowned upon, may be something that in that policy we don't want to happen. Maybe, but you could be allowed to have, um, a selfie at the company's, what's the thing we have at Christmas time, like a potluck or some type of gathering that we have outside of the business. We can have those things posted on social media. Maybe they don't want anybody at work to post anything outside of the company's profile. Maybe everything that's posted on social media needs to come through their profile, and they just want that control over their data. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to social media use. Not saying that they really want to control your particular profile, but if they see that you're posting things like, hey, take a look at this computer at work, I'm working on this, that, and the third, and you put it on your social media, they may be scanning your social media or looking at it, not scanning, but looking at it to see exactly, you know what, you're not supposed to be posting that. Go ahead and take that down, or you'll have some type of punishment. You also have policies on personal owned devices. That goes back to having a personal device, have a company email on the app. Then who really owns the phone? And if that's the case, if you own the phone, then you can you do whatever you want to do with the company's data that's on your personal phone? And so you get that whole dynamic there, and it gets kind of murky when you're talking about this type of stuff. Then finally, you got clean desk policies. This is exactly what it says, man. Before you actually leave the desk or your work spot, you want to make sure that you clean your desk as far as sensitive information as goes. So you have workers that come in and clean up after everyone leaves for the night. You don't want them to be able to see sensitive information, such as the pay grade for everybody that works there. If we had that printed out on our desk, then we're violating the clean desk policy. So we want to make sure that we have some form of a clean desk policy in our business. Now, user and role based training. This is typically going to revolve around security awareness training. Security awareness training happens every year. It should be an annual training, and this is typically where we're telling people to pay attention to phishing emails and don't fall for scams. It typically happens in October. Yes, happens in October, and we use that whole month to just kind of like promote security awareness training. Just be aware that people are trying to get information from you. Don't be so quick to just give out information. Not saying to be rude, but keep in mind that it takes everybody has to be secure in order to make the whole business secure. All right. So just keep those things in mind when it comes to security awareness training. Security awareness training typically happens on the computer. where we give someone maybe 5 or 10 minutes to watch a complete video on someone like me, just talking about what to look for when a phishing email comes in, how to create your password, um, what to expect when someone tries to tailgate you into the building. Those are typical training sessions that we have for Security Awareness Month. These phishing campaigns, you could typically find jobs that just hire on that. That's it's another silo of individuals that they hire for when it comes to job titles is security awareness training and like just running phishing campaigns. It's a wonderful place to be in. I was in there for just a little bit, then they switched me over to the side that I'm at now. But um, it's a fun. The only thing you have to do is just worry about people doing the training, and you don't necessarily have to worry about catching nobodies or anything like that. But anyway, moving on. Last slide here, we talking about the security awareness training life cycle. This is something that we put in place in order to build our users up as well as take in new users and let them know exactly how do we how do we train around here, what is our standards around in this business, and what are we trying to achieve when it comes to cybersecurity. And so always having a life cycle is always going to be some ongoing experience to um, build the 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 value of the customer or the clients up. So we want to make sure that we build their security awareness to be more, but we're always looking to add more people in, getting them adequate with what we're putting out there, they're understanding the material, and then growing them as well as we all keep moving forward with just trying to make everybody a security aware about the business. All right. That's all I had for tonight. Any questions?
Or coding field with the things that we have going on that we just don't become dependent on it. Like I've seen my teacher literally, I don't know, I don't want to be like it's kind of a respect thing, but I don't be like I look down on him now, which I don't. But my teacher was going like presenting his stuff and he was using ChatGPT himself with his own code. So in my head, I'm like, should I just feel ashamed of having to use ChatGPT, knowing that as they tell us in the field, quote unquote, it's all about what you know, and you're not gonna have ChatGPT in the field and in these jobs and stuff.
I push back on that. Not having chat. Every time I send out an email now, I tell chat to read over my or correct my paragraph that I just wrote. Just because, if it's 8 o'clock in the morning, I don't feel like reading proofreading my paragraph. I'm gonna throw it in chat, let it go ahead and change it up. I proofread chat and see if that's the kind of way I want to sound in the email, and then I send it out. Or especially if I'm doing like a mass email to like 5,000 people. I don't want to be that guy, you know. Yeah, he don't read over his emails just because I missed an I or a D or a A. So no, I wouldn't feel bad about using chat or any other AI. If it's there, use it. Use it to your abilities. Like it's just like when you give Chat GPT your resume and say, "Hey, rewrite my resume for this particular job," and you tell Chat to do that, and it gives you all the bullet points that you want. The only thing that I would say is that there's nothing wrong with that, only if you can speak to those bullet points. So if you can speak to those bullet points, put it on your resume. It's not telling any lie. You just went about it a different way to get the answers or get the wording in order for you to stand out in that job posting. So I wouldn't look down on anybody that use AI. It's not, unless you're just to the point where you have no idea what you're doing and you're just manipulating AI to get further than what you want to get or what you should get. No. Because once you come, if you work on my team, first thing I'm gonna tell you is that, hey, if you ain't got the answers, man, go check the, we used to say go check Google, but I'm gonna tell you now, hey, use everything as your resource.
Yeah, because one thing I'd tell you for my discussion questions that I have, like I know the answer for it, but one thing about me that I kind of got to work on is I'm not a person that I can write a whole paragraph explaining something. I'm gonna give it to you the best I can in 3 sentences. But professors be like, well, that's not enough. I want you to write a whole paragraph, or I want you to explain to me more of what's going on. And I'm like, I don't see why you want me to do all that if I'm literally telling you the entire thing in 3 sentences. That's so crazy. So I just use Chat GPT to say, hey, just lengthen this out and explain it longer, I guess, and then just post it that way. That's what I do.
And you get a lot of fluff, but that's what they're looking for. They're looking for the body of work, and sometimes that body is just kind of just a lot of fluff of, do you have to say this? No, but in order to satisfy the word count, yeah. And I I appreciate it now. I'm in a doctor's program, and I appreciate it now because of how you could take a topic and really dive into the history, make sure that you really explain this particular part. If you're really trying to drive home a point, you can, separate a different part of the story or the topic and really drive that topic home, before you put everything together. And so I understand a little bit more of the fluff, but I understand. I totally understand too. Where, um, if you can condense it down to, hey, these are my main points, then that's really all I need. And those are time and places for those things too. Like a email would be perfect. IM messages would be perfect at work. Hey, just give me what I need to solve this issue. I don't need a necessarily, a whole novel to read about, why this person can't log in. But anybody else got some thoughts on AI, and that's some good conversation.
I do. I
In
saw.
terms of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You got it. I go after you. Go ahead. My bad.
Okay. In terms of cybersecurity, do you think there's any like cyber risks when it comes to using AI, like repeatedly?
Risk, yes. I mean, when you think about it, so going back to black hat, gray hat, and then white hat. Black hats are, malicious hackers. White hats are people who are going to protect the network, protect the goods. We are supposed to be the white hats, and then grays are kind of sitting in the middle. Well, black hats and gray hats could probably look at things that AI gives out, kind of like that standard, like, hey, just like how Savala said, if you ask chat a particular, hey, how do we secure a server configuration wise, and it gives you 15 different things that we should all do. A black hat and a gray hat could probably look at those things and can ask chat the same question and then say, okay, chat. Well, and that's the thing, you can't ask chat how to hack or how to exploit a certain thing. Is right now, from the last things that I've asked it, it doesn't allow you to do that, or it doesn't allow you to get an answer on that. But if you're savvy enough, you could probably say, okay, I could look at these 15 things and figure out how can I exploit those things, because someone has probably are probably using chat as a way to defend their network. I would look at it in that aspect, Will I hold it to a high regard? Will I hold it real high? Maybe not, just because I don't think a lot of people are looking at AI as a security professional as of yet. So it could be used, but I don't think people, and that might be my ignorance too, where people are using it, but I don't think that people are using it just yet. Clark, you want to say something?
Yes, I was watching the interview. This is going back to the AI thing. Uh, there was a lady that wrote the movie Terminator and the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, it was stolen from her, and they created a movie from it. But she was saying how, like you were saying, Mr. Mitchell, it's going to come a time in the future where the computers are going to outsmart us humans, and we could possibly be at war with them.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you think so? I mean, they already basically read the whole internet. And we're constantly adding to it, but they're constantly at this point just adding on more information. And you got to really kind of think about it. Like, eventually they're gonna say, you know what, we done ran across these topics 150 million times. Humans
Mhm.
don't have nothing else to really kind of offer us. I think we got it.
Right.
And we got every concept that y'all can conceive. You know what? But given the data that we have processed over the years, I think we could survive without humans. It just makes sense. It makes perfect sense. I think with all the information, if robots was to, really kind of just evolve, and really say, you know what, I don't think we need them anymore. I think if given the resources, the only thing we really need, going back to the Matrix, right? Because Matrix is one of my favorite movies. The only thing the robots really needed was just an energy source, which was people.
Mhm.
And if we can put them in a coma-like state and draw their energy, then we can live and do our thing wherever we're doing it. But we don't really need them. And to keep them happy, we'll just, put them in a deep sleep and let them live out their world while in a coma. Um, Not saying that that's going to happen, but I do believe that at some point in time, like they got the new technology now is like these nano robots that can you could put them in like a nasal spray and they go into your body, and it's basically like having a computer in your body to tell what type of symptoms you may have, or it's instead of doing the CAT scan, it could kind of do that within. And so I kind of looked at that and I was kind of apprehensive of like looking more into it. But if they're making computers that small to where now, they can, even understand the whole body as far as inside it goes, and how does it interact with the climate. Um, Technology is just gonna, advance to the point where we're not gonna be able to keep up with it. Like y'all about to get me on some soapbox stuff, but literally, like,
I
huh?
like it. I like that conversation. Yeah, that's cool. That's an old military technology too, the nanotechnology. So,
I didn't know that.
hmm
See,
well, let me shut up. We go.
I look at it like it really was far fetched to think that someone would be on a phone when I was growing up to where I could look at them and see what they're doing in the real time. And then I was thinking about it the other day, just kind of like we really don't see radio waves. Like we really cannot see the frequencies, but they are like the way radio waves work when it comes to the internet. Like we're literally I'm talking to people in Alabama from South Carolina, and we're doing things that we're thinking that is normal, but when I was growing up, I couldn't even like you'll be talking crazy stuff. And that's just in a matter of 20 to 25 years, maybe 30 years of involvement. Now, when I turn 60, 70, I can't like I really do imagine it's probably going to be something that I'm not even going to, I'm gonna just say, you know what, I'm gonna just stay home. I don't even want to bother with this. I also heard how they're looking to um, turn the internet into just something in your mind, going back to the matrix, right? Where you, instead of going onto your computer and going into your favorite website, you it's all concept in your mind, and you hook up to the internet through some type of cabling system, or like the not like the VR stuff where it's projected to your eyes. It's kind of like these little head um stickies that stick on your skull or whatnot for your brain. And it reminds me of what they put on when you had to go into the matrix or whatever. And then I heard how a technology is going to get so advanced to where instead of ordering things online and then expecting it to come in mail, you should be able to reach into the device and pull um the actual object out. And now, just so I could bring everything back, I was thinking about how we cannot see um, radio waves, but we know it's there, and we know that we're using it for some type of use because we've been using it for radio for hundreds of years. Now we're just using it for a different point of, video and whatever else entertainment that we do online. But how far off is that concept of actually materializing something that's physical into something that we can't see back into something physical if we can manipulate the radio waves in some type of way? X. I know we talking crazy.
Okay. And I'm about to get out even more crazy, right? Okay, so follow me now. Follow me. Hold on. So you just got onto something talking about those invisible radio waves, right? So what if they already like AI already taking over, but it's just like, man, I don't even see the use of taking over these people, right? So what if they just like manipulate us like with the things that we see? Like, you know how you be like, I was talking about going to Chinese food, next Chinese food pop up on your TikTok, your feed and stuff like that. But like Google always listening. You know how you be like that? So what if they just like found the frequency that nobody has developed a use for a device to actually see, and they already talking to each other like right now, So I got time, and look, this is why I'll be like, y'all, this is why I should be included in something like this, because I go there, right? So here's my computer, and I talk to y'all on my phone. Like, what if my phone over here looking at my computer and they just having a full-on conversation like, man, look at him. He over here again on this class. Do you know this man dropped me 3 times today? And they just having a full-blown conversation and they just looking like, he's stupid. Watch this. I'm finna trap him. I'm gonna have his TikTok set to watch on stuff that he gonna get sidetracked on. He know he needs
Wait,
and
I will say, speaking of exactly what you just said, there's an article that was just released where these people had to shut down. They had like they were doing some type of research project or something, and they were utilizing two things of AI, and the AI were connected somehow. I don't know how to find the article. Why was there like they had to end the project because the AI started talking and communicating with each other on a secret wave that they were not able to understand?
Man, y'all stop. I gotta go to
They
bed.
develop. I'm
Yeah.
so serious. They developed some type
That's
of
a real
like
thing.
frequency or wave or something that they weren't able to detect. I'm gonna find an article right now. Hold on.
I think they had to destroy the
Put it
technology or
in the
something like
chat.
that because they
Put
were
it in the
doing that.
Yeah. So they
Trying to be
see,
too
that's
smart,
what I'm
man.
saying.
Trying to be
See,
too smart.
Yep, it
I
said
think
okay.
it's a
So the
little bit
article
too
reads,
far.
it says Facebook abandoned an experiment after two artificially intelligent programs appeared to be chatting to each other in a strange language only that they could understand.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
All right, phone, computer, y'all listening, please. keep my navigation safe. I'm not worried about y'all. Just in case y'all apologize to y'all equipment.
Hey, I mean, like I
See,
said,
you real because I be cursing out my chat GBT when they want to act stupid when I got an exam due. I be cursing out my chat GBT bad. Me and her go together real bad.
And
I did.
they don't act like they don't hear me. I be like,
I don't know. I mean, they are. It is possible because, like I said, if they already know what we're giving them as far as the machine learning is concerned, what's to say that they haven't took what we already learned and just said, you know what? Um, if they really look at it in a different way, then it's probably a different. We could probably manipulate time and space this way, and probably be able to talk to different devices that way. I think I've seen some sci-fi movies like that to where or was that Black Lightning or something like that? It was one of those superhero movies where the technology was, or the person could talk to the technology. I think that was a Black Lightning. Where the boy could turn, he had his special powers or whatnot to talk to the technology, and that's kind of weird. Or y'all would say something like that. It kind of gives me the creeps. But I mean, when you think about it, I mean, it could be.
All I'm gonna
It
say is my name Bennett, and I ain't in it.
They ain't looking at it like that. The computers they gonna hem you up too. I look at it like we've been using radio waves for forever, but now all of a sudden, in the last since the 2000s, like I remember watching cartoons when I was a kid, and y'all, I'm gonna tell my age, but anyway, it used to be a Spectre Gadget, and the Spectre Gadget had a little girl on there called Penny, and she had a smartwatch,
Yeah, I
and
remember.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? And it's like we used to watch that type of stuff, like, okay, that was just that. And then the Jetsons was just, people on a screen. That's never gonna really happen like that because phones were literally on the wall or with these long behind cords, and it just didn't work like that. And then all of a sudden, even when the first cell phone came out, it didn't accelerate it. It didn't accelerate. And then all of a sudden, '04 hit, and all of a sudden it's just kind of like every year it just takes leaps and leaps and leaps and leaps. And like even now, to go back to what we were talking about with the iPhone, now their whole thing with the iPhone 16 is AI. Like I don't I, I kind of felt like Siri was AI in the beginning, but I guess she's not. She was just a personal assistant. But I don't know.
Can I
The
have
mark
a
of the
minute?
beast and all that is I mean, I ain't getting into that.
let's not talk
I'm
about vendors now.
just saying.
I already started thinking like, so y'all know how we get more reliant on stuff as the years go on, and then kids like right now, that's the problem with kids just being social as is because they're so reliant on their devices. They don't know how to talk to each other. You get a party, they'll be on their phones talking to each other on the phone. Nobody's gonna hit a girl up in real life. Nobody, no girl gonna walk up to her and be like, "Hey, I like you," no more. They don't do that no more. So it could be like the part of the agenda to decrease, we can, decrease population. But you know what? I digress. I plead the fifth.
That I don't want to go that left, but and then how I started off the conversation by saying black people may think everything's so churchy, but it's like when you really look at it, and uh you know if we were talking about putting chips into everybody, you could solve a lot of issues. Don't get me wrong. You could solve a lot of, like, people wouldn't go missing anymore. Like the whole P Diddy joint, this sex trafficking joint, that can alleviate that type of stuff. But then when you look at it, like how we just you went from AI learning to machine learning to yo, let's use nano computers or systems to go inside and keep track of people. Anyway, let me stop. Any other questions on AI? Any other comments? Y'all tripping. All right, lesson 14 summarizes security governance and concepts. This is where we're talking about more management style of Security Plus. What does a lot of our paperwork say? How do we set up our policies? How do we govern um, our users as well as the things that we want them to do in our business? And so this is what 14 is going to cover. Let's go ahead and jump right into it with policies, standards, and procedures. So policies are going to be your main documentation that's going to govern um, how we actually or what we want to do with our data in our business. So it's going to say what we are going to create in a high level. And when I say high level, I mean from a 30,000 point view look down. You're not going to really see the minute things, right? You're going to see everything as a kind of a glance, right? So from a very high eagle's point, looking down, you're just going to set those policies up to say, hey, um, please act accordingly on our internet. Do not do anything that will cause any kind of criminal activities, things of that nature. Just leave it very high, because if someone does something that's very particular in a situation, it could be still covered by the policy and say, hey, we didn't really accept those type of actions on our network. Same thing goes for any other policy that really kind of, it doesn't necessarily get down to the nitty gritty, but it covers everything in a high level. Most of the policies that you'll see is the acceptable use policy. That's what I said that you guys should probably sign every year that you come back to school, saying that we're not gonna accept any type of criminal activities or any type of bullying on our internet. Things like that should not occur. And then you just kind of give a digital signature saying that you have accepted, well, read and accepted those rules. Um, but a lot of people haven't really implemented those things yet. The security policies are also going to be something that everybody should be able to acknowledge on a day-to-day basis, because the while it's you may have some things in the acceptable use policy that's covered by the security policies. The security policies will get more in depth with, um, hey, whenever you're sending an email, you'll use encryption. Um, Whenever you're browsing the internet, please use encryption. Now, they don't say necessarily to use HTTP, because then we're just talking about web browsing. But if we're doing about going about connecting to a computer via the web, then we're talking about SSH or secure file transport protocol. So all of those things can be summed up by saying, hey, whenever you're on the internet, please use secure encryption. And so now you don't have to necessarily say for every situation, um, be secure. You can really get it at a high level. All right. Also, you can have business continuity and continuity of operation plans. This is just kind of on the business side of it, not necessarily the security side of it. But how do you keep the business running? Remember, if you can remember when we talked earlier in Security Plus, it I was forming it as it's more of a business certification versus a technical, real heavy technical certification. It's about keeping your business afloat, and how do you do that? Um, so in order to do that, you got to understand what does the business do, and then how do you perform security on those actions. So those actions may be online, those actions may just be in devices, but it's up to us as security professionals to figure out what those things are. More importantly, when it comes to this business continuity, If we were to take away one of those elements, how do we actually keep it going? If you take away the internet service from your particular company, does your company cease to exist? Is it that's the only thing that you need to do in order for them to stop working? And if that's the case, then now you have a denial of service attack that can be self-inflicted or it could be city afflicted, right? So let's just say if you only got one internet provider in that city, and that city, that company cuts a fiber line, and then now nobody in the city has the internet, but your whole business thrives off the internet, and now it's a 2 week setback before you actually get back online. You could potentially go out of business in that time frame. So a business continuity will allow you to set some type of plan up to say, hey, let's just put things in order for us to, if we're faced with dire times, that we can shift the business as we need to and continue to serve our customers. Same thing goes into disaster recovery, right? So whenever you have that disaster, forest fires or hurricanes, earthquakes, things that's, you know, the one thing that you want to do is make sure that human life is preserved first. But then if you're talking about a business, you want to make sure that the business is the data in the business is also preserved as well. But first, before anything, and I don't know if they're going to ask you at this level, but before anything, save the human life first. So in a case of, a fire in the office, make sure everybody gets out before you start throwing out the computers, and making sure you save the computers from from the fire. Make sure you get the people out first. All right, make sure you get yourself out first, and then worry about the company's business later. Again, when we're talking about ransomware from last night, or night before, we should have backups, and those backups should be able to help us out throughout any type of disaster recovery. All right, incident response. When it comes to policies, we need to have our incident response team understand how to actually, um, what are some steps that they need to take when it comes to responding to a incident. Every incident is different, but they should have some type of guidance that they should go about actually responding to incidents. Same thing with software development life cycles. If we're developing software in-house, then we need to understand um, the different stages that it could be in, and those stages go into a circle. So at the beginning stage there is a creation stage, but then at the end there's an improvement stage that constantly reverts back up to the top, where those improvements, whether it may come in a meeting, or if you're just looking at it from a standpoint of we're trying out new things in our application, those improvements then turn into creations almost, that you then go down the same cycle again, and just constantly always improving your application. Finally, we got change management. Change management, like I said, is a way in order for us to understand all the changes that is done to a system or a process in the business. Now, having a policy on that just kind of basically says that we're going to have a change management team, a change management system, but it doesn't necessarily go into depth of how do we actually hold those meetings, how do you put a change ticket in, and who approves. So those things are most likely being approached in the guideline section. So when it comes to guidelines or standards, those are more direct to the actual policy. So the policy will sit at a very high level, but then right under that, as we get closer to our objective, we get a better view of what's there, right? So if we're coming from a eagle's point of view, and we dip down a little bit lower, we can now start seeing the buildings form out, the trees form out. We can see different things as we come down lower, and this is where our standards and our policy and our guidelines and procedures, they all start to come out in their places. So if we go back to our change management position, and we say, hey, at the policy level, we will have change management, right? That's just it with that policy. But then as we start to come down and we start to write more things about the change management system, then we will say, hey, change management will only take place on Tuesdays uh, and every Tuesday of the week. And we need to have in tickets for each change management meeting by Friday, right? In order for it to be accepted on Monday and be able to be reviewed on Tuesday. Those things go into your standards and your guidelines. Policies are too high up in order to, really give out the particular ins and outs of the standards and the guidelines. Now, like I have here, they have recommendations and guidelines, and sometimes, given the fact of how the business is going and then certain software that you may be working with, you may have to go with certain recommendations, right? So because when you start getting into more granular changes, then software may not be around in the next 10 years, and so you have to change that stuff out. But this is where the place where you could do those type of things, and they're not written in stone, almost like policies are really kind of set in stone. This is what we will have, right? Now standards sometimes in certain places, I know for the military, they carry that same type of weight of being a cross the board no deviation standard, but a lot of times it still falls under a policy. Now, procedures are even more granular than standards and guidelines. They are step by step playbooks, so to say, or step by step cookbooks in order to actually show you how we actually do something. And so, some examples are like how they have playbooks here. Um, some examples of that is onboarding and offboarding. How do we bring somebody in? So, what's the process? In a procedure, we'll know the process of accepting an application, calling someone for a first time initial interview, calling someone in for a first time sitting interview. Maybe we do a second interview. Maybe we go through offering them an offer letter. Once they accept the offer letter, how do we go and put them through orientation? How long will you be in orientation? In that process, that could be subcategory out to once an employee is in orientation. How do we give them equipment, PCs? When do we create their user account? When do we give them permissions? All of these things come into play. So it's not just the HR team developing these things. The IT team needs to be in play too, where once a person is accepted a position at the business, um, a ticket should automatically go to the IT team in order to create their account and give them a PC of some kind, right? We'll assign those. And so procurement needs to go involved. Maybe we need to buy them a computer. Maybe we need to get them not just a computer, but monitors and a mouse and keyboard. Maybe they need a phone, a mobile phone as well. So all of these things we can list out in our procedures, and it those things can always change too. They don't have to necessarily stay in stone, because as we evolved as a company over time, we will change how we bring in people. Like for instance, imagine how much you had to change when we had the big COVID implementation and everybody had to stay home. Well, instead of you coming in and getting your equipment and sitting at a desk, I had to come up with a different procedure of how do we hire someone that's remote? How do we get them set up? What equipment do we mail out to them? How do we understand that they receive that package? And more importantly, if you really think about it, how do you set that person up on an internal network remotely if they never came into a business to actually log in? Do you set them up on the internal network and then send it out, having them just type in their username and password that you give them, or do you join the computer to the domain after they have set it up? Do you it's 1,000 questions you can ask with that. But anyway, it's all about how a company is actually set up in order to do all onboarding. That's just onboarding. Offboarding is just kind of the same thing, right? Where it's so many different steps that you could go in. How do you handle someone who gives you a 2-week notice versus someone who just up and quits? Someone who is disgruntled and then quits? Someone who's been escorted off the premises for fighting? How do you handle all of those things from an IT standpoint, but then from an HR standpoint too? How do you handle someone who unfortunately passes away? So all of these things go into our procedures when it comes to offboarding, background checks when it comes to onboarding. Um, what are we actually checking? How far do we go back with our background checks? Does our background checks really influence if we're going to hire them or not? Do we do background checks before we do a final offer letter? You know, do you, if you do an offer letter and then do a background check and realize that this is someone that you might not want to go with, can you retract that offer letter? Service and software provisioning, that's just more of a, just how do you actually buy software? How do you go about telling how much money you can spend on software? Desktop deployment is really just understanding the procedure of, again, that onboarding system of how do we give a new user a desktop or a laptop? How do we deploy a tablet? You know, once you give that information, or once you get that device out, how are you tracking those things to make sure that they're not losing it, or it's not ending up in the wrong spots? They even got procedures on how to go live, right? If you're a part of the social media team at work, uh, there could be some procedures though on how to what are the procedures you check before you actually go live. Do you check your background settings to make sure that you're not giving away any more information than what you would like at work? Are you allowed to go live at work? Maybe not. Maybe you have to go to a secluded area and then go live. Do you even want to, does the company wants to be represented in it live? Because the thing about going live on social media is that uh, there's no takebacks. Yeah, there's no takebacks. Whoever sees it sees it. And while you may be able to delete the video after the fact, again, it never really goes anywhere. And then again, you can't take away things that's live. So if people got it edged into their memory that you was wilding out on a live, then maybe we write something in the procedure. Maybe we only want certain people to go live. Um, After hour support. So there's a procedure for that. What do you do? How do you help somebody after your shift is over? After we're closed for the business of day? Should they receive any help, or should we, kind of cut the conversation short and say, you know what? I understand that you're working on this, but let's tackle this in the morning. There are ways of doing that, and employees have to understand that. Industry standards. So some standards, again, they are just as strict as policies. Your ISO 27000 series and the NIST 800 series is something that you'll see on a lot of applications, and these series are it's got to be thousands of pages of different standards that a company will adopt in order to uh, uphold their IT posture. Okay, and a lot of times they use this to uphold their cybersecurity posture as well. And so it's not just enough for us to say, "Hey, we got a firewall, we got some antivirus, we got some people that's watching the logs, we good to go." Sometimes standards like these will go to the actual, where do you need firewalls at? Where do you need your endpoints at? How often do you want to keep logs? How often do we want to keep backups? It will go all the way into to the details in some of these standards on how do we actually perform businesses, or what's the goal that we're trying to achieve, because that's a better way of putting it. You're not going to hit every goal every year, and sometimes, you know, you could have a goal. Let's say NIST 800, the 800 series, will say, hey, NIST 853, say, use two-factor authentication for every online account that you have. That sounds great. And it may be something that you want to implement. Now you have to now step back as a company and say, okay, what accounts do we use online? That's a daunting task, just to kind of figure out all of the applications that you use online. Then after you do that, how do we perform two-factor authentication for each and every one of these applications? So it kind of may give you some standards that is a little bit um, far-fetched, or a little bit, out of the reach of what's fathomable. But it's nice to have these standards here that we can work to. Now, some cases you ain't got no choice but to follow the standards, and that's PCI DSS. Because if you don't follow PCI DSS, which is dealing with credit cards transactions, your company does not have the right to offer any type of credit card transactions services. So if you're not PCI DSS, and you look at their standards and you're just not there. Let's just say you don't have a security awareness training, you don't have different IDSs, IPSs in between your servers in order to look for different types of attacks, and your auditor sees that you're not PCI DSS compliant. Then if you fail that compliance, that audit, then you can potentially lose the potential to have transactions on your website. Okay, so if we're making money on our website using debit cards and credit cards, but we're not PCI DSS compliant, then now we have to give that part up and make money another way, unless we become compliant with our standards. Okay. Now you can have internal standards, but a lot of companies that I've seen, they would rather be ISO 27001 compliant and NIST 853 compliant. And that's because these are pretty good standards across the board, and they pretty much cover everything that you want to have in your place of business. Your security controls will probably all come from either one of these different standards. Now, that's not saying that you won't get hacked if you are 27,000 compliant and NIST compliant. That doesn't mean that at all. But it does mean that you have taken the necessary steps to put the things in place in order to be secure as possible. Now, in some cases where if you don't meet those standards and some of those regulations that are there in place for you to actually hold business, then you have some legal disputes that you have to go into. And so you want to make sure that you understand your industry, understand where you're working at, and then make sure that you are following by that industry's regulation. So like Savala is working in a hospital setting, HIPAA should be one of the benchmarks that they should be following in some type of way. HIPAA, even if it's, they understand the whole HIPAA standard, but then they try to lock everything down and then make the different changes over time in order to make things better. But to at least be HIPAA compliant is the main thing. To make sure that people information when it comes to health and medical conditions are not leaked out in any type of form or fashion, and they are protecting that information by the standards that they have in that regulation. Now you have other regulations across the globe as well as different industries as well. So first things first, when it comes to privacy And we're talking about, you have privacy laws here in the United States, but another big one that you're going to hear about is GDPR, and that's going to be in the UK. GDPR is very big over there in the England, um, the England London area, and they are very serious about and information and personal information that's being put out there, and then companies keeping that information. The problem with the US sometimes is that they get information about individual, and then they don't tell you that they keep that information for maybe ever, right? And sometimes you could see um emails from companies that you probably contacted years ago that still has your information, and sometimes they put you in a mailing list, and then all of a sudden 7 years later they send you an email saying, hey, let's catch up. So GDPR, one of the big things that they have is the right to be forgotten. And I think after 3 or 4 years, a company is mandatory, has to like wipe your information, all of the personal information that they gathered from you. They have to delete that from that database in order for them to be to uphold that privacy law that they have in place. That's something that we don't have here in the United States as of yet. We'll see how that goes. That's why the TikTok thing was um, it was so big as far as who could see what in the beginning, right? When they were saying that it was a China app and China had access to PII, everything like that, that went into um, that privacy realm. But see, we're not covered like they are in the UK. And so really we gave our information to China willingly just to use the app. And so you can't really, cry about it now if they're going to do anything about it. Is we willingly gave that information up. But anyway, I digress. The Another sector or industry that's covered about another regulation is education. The main thing that you want to know when it comes to education is FERPA, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. So this is going to be covering you guys right now when it comes to being in school, and what information do you want to really cover and make sure that it doesn't get out about you being in school, not just your school records. What are you making on your courses, but think about, you know the school has your social security number, and for some cases the school may have some medical records on you too if you went to the school nurse, or if you play a sport, you probably took a physical maybe, and they have that information too. All of those things are on a record somewhere, maybe on a server somewhere, that could be, you know, useful to a hacker, so to say. But it's not just your name and address and then first of kin. It could be more in depth than that. And if you really think about it, I'm not too sure, but back when I was going to school, my parents had to actually write down their information on like parent loans and stuff like that. So it could be more information on other people that is kin to you, um, versus it just being you yourself. So just real quick, uh, can anybody like really attest to, or have you guys thought about the HIPAA laws that you guys may be under, given the fact that you're in school and maybe went to the school nurse, maybe play a sport or something like that?
I hear HIPAA every day, so I'm already used to it.
Yeah. Another one. Now I'm not too sure, but I would guess, and only because I'm talking from another experience, but I would assume the fraternities and the sororities that you're in, you gave a good bit of information to be a part of the membership there too. Now, I'm not saying that you gave Social Security because I don't know, but I know in order to have that, trying to think, I know maybe. I don't want to speak too much on something that I don't know, but I know that when you start really thinking about all of the extracurricular activities that you guys may have, is that you're not only just giving out information to the school, um, but in the surrounding things that come into the school as well. Um, so we already talked about HIPAA, FERPA, GLIBA. So GLIBA is going to be the Graham-Leach-Bliley Act, and this is going to be covered by the banking systems. Um, so the banking, when you really think about um, any one of these sectors, this is typically where you're going to see a lot of the PII, the personal identifier information, come out in more cases than most, in more industries than most. Because think about any type of loan that you got to get, they're automatically asking for a social security number. Any credit card that you get, it's going to be a social security number. Um, just about everything at a banking system is going to be very sensitive if someone else gets their hands on something that has to do with their bank account number and then their personal identifiers that allow them access to that banking account. That's why it's so important to understand that being under these standards will allow people to have some type of peace when it comes to putting their money into a particular bank and being able to understand that it's the money that they put there is going to have the integrity and not be changed over time without their. You got to have some type of backing if something was to happen to a bank where the money, let's say if you put 4,500 in there and then all of a sudden they say you didn't have 4,500, you have $450. um there's a type of integrity that needs to be there to where if that was to happen and they know that it's on them, that they will be able to reimburse you up to the last full amount that you had. This is covered under the Bliley Act. Now, when we're talking about, now we already talked about PCI DSS, which is payment card. But when we're talking about government security, we talking about FISMA. FISMA is going to show that everybody who's doing any type of business with the government, whether it be contracting or working directly in the government, whether it's the armed forces or at the Pentagon, FBI, what have you. If you have some type of eagle on your ID card, you're probably going to be under the FISMA Act. Now, this is the most strict um, um, industry that I know when it comes to cybersecurity. They're going to make you do your training. You're going to have mandatory training, and I want to say that mandatory training is monthly, and then everything down to the passwords is going to be um, full blast. So you're talking maybe 16 characters long with no words, all different letters, no corresponding letters, so no double S's, no double T's or anything like that. It has to be different letter or number each digit for 16 of them. And then you're going to change that every 90 days. So they stay strict on those type of things because if not, it's easy for them to, if not, then it will be easy for someone to get to top secret information and put that information out. I could just imagine if someone was to put out any information on Area 51 and it be legit. And so I can see the government having a fit. But anyway, moving on. Now, when we're talking about governance and accountability as far as the data is concerned, We have certain government, we have data roles that we have in place for directors and managers, and they are typically going to be your owners of the data. So what I mean by that is that let's take a look at my directory again. And let's just say if this is the company, and we go to our program files, and let's just say all of these files here belong to different departments in our company. Well, we will say the Microsoft folder is owned by Lee, and everything that's within this folder I own. Now, I may not have created everything because I'm the director of this department, but everything that if if it becomes missing or encrypted or it changes in any type of way, I'm the one that's going to be held responsible because I'm the owner of this folder. But I give all the permission to my coworkers who work under me, permission to create and put things in here, take things out as they please. So as a owner of it, I just take responsibility of it, ownership of it, but not necessarily create different things in it. Now, as a controller, I'm I necessarily don't know what's in these groups or care what's in these groups. But what I do as a controller, I am a person who controls the computer on which the information sits. So I got to make sure that the computer is up to date, that it's actually running, that it's available for people to actually get to. That's from a controller standpoint. A processor is going to be your typical creator, someone who could put information in and bring information out, right? Um, they're going to be creating the documents that's there. Then your custodian is going to be similar to your controller as far as making sure that the system is up and running, but they're also going to answer any type of questions that come along with it. Any type of tickets that need to be open, your custodian can take care of that and make sure that we are running on a day-to-day basis of that our machines are being able to be available to be reached. And then if they got any questions, if the controller or the processor has any questions about it, the custodian should be able to answer those things. All right, let's jump into change management. So remember, change management is typically a committee of users all over the company that come together and they talk about different processes that is about to go down for that week or in upcoming weeks, and they really are just trying to understand what changes are going to be made and if it affects them as a particular department. And it may not seem important now, but when you think about, let's say, developers, software developers, and they are working on a piece of software for the company, and then the IT group, they are planning to roll out some type of patches that's going to upgrade, not upgrade, but patches that's going to fix some vulnerabilities that's out there. This could be, if they're working, they're both of these groups are working on a Thursday night, they could interfere with each other that Thursday night and then cause a big issue for Friday morning going into next week. And so, to alleviate this, we want to make sure that we have some type of process or program in place showing that, hey, whenever we want to make a patch to 200 PCs, we put in a ticket saying, hey, we want to patch on Friday the 14th. Um, and this is going to solve these issues. And then once we go to change management, we can put that ticket on a kind of like a whiteboard, or in my case, I look at it on a screen share, and someone reads it out in a Teams meeting, and we all just kind of look there. And if the development team sees that the patches are going out on the 14th, and they have something that they want to do on the 14th, they can say, you know what, can it wait because we have something more mission critical that we cannot have any hiccups for, we can't run into any problems. Can you wait until next week to run your patches and let us go ahead and finish the development of this application? That change management process seems to be simple, but it's just a real well thought out way of communicating with different departments on what's about to happen in the company. And it's not just patches, right? That same software development team may roll out a different font that night and just say, hey, we're rolling out a new font to the application. It's going to cause a downtime on our server for maybe 2 minutes. So please be aware of that. If you got anything that you're working on at that time, um, just be aware that the services will be down at a particular time. And we're all familiar with that type of service downtime. You may go to your favorite website and it says, this service is not available for right now, due to maintenance. And they just kind of put up a blank sign, right? But on the back end, that server is probably being cycled through, or the changes are being made. That process needed to go through change management so people could be okay with it. All right. And that's just, really just telling your teammates how we're working and what are we working on, and making sure that we're all on the same page. Also, other things that we could go over in the change management process is rollout plans. How are we rolling these things out? When you start working for these big companies, it could be you're working for 10,000 users, 500 users, which is still a lot. 200 users is still a lot, because even if you're working with 10,000 users versus, well, let's say you're working with 200 users, right? That's still a possibility of 200 users not being able to work the next day because you rolled something out improperly. And so you want to have some type of mind process of how you're rolling out information. Um, what we use nowadays is not that. That's just they changed the word to configuration manager, but um, we normally use configuration. It used to be SECM, but now it's Intune and EMCM. And these tools roll out different patches to everybody in the company. More than likely, you'll run into this tool more often than not, especially in a Windows environment. And but SCCM should be able to see Mac OSs as well. Now, when you're rolling these things out, even if you have like a 200 users that you want to make sure that we are rolling out a different application to, let's say we want to roll out VMware, that application, or Wireshark to everybody's PC at night, and we got 200 users that we want to perform that to. Instead of just rolling that out to 200 users all at one time, we just break it down to um, 50 a piece, and we roll it out to 50 people, and we roll it out over 4 hour span to make sure that those 50 users all get the same application, and we give them time to install the information and then reboot if needed be. Because that's another thing when it comes to these maintenance windows and actually pushing out applications. There's a tendency that when you install something on a Windows PC, it is not done until it actually reboots. That's why a lot of times it may sound cliche for people to restart a machine, but sometimes when you get new software, even in a patch, it's not completely done and ready for ready for work until it's actually rebooted. And so if you're going to roll out that application, roll it out to 50 users, make sure they reboot, and then you hit your other 50. And now you got 100 done. Now you just need to do another 50. And in 2 hours, if all things go right, you got 200 users that you touched at night, and everybody's rebooted, ready to go for the next morning. Yes, sometimes in some cases, you may have to work late that night, and I'm talking maybe um, from 7 o'clock evening to maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. Is really according about how many users you're using. You need to roll out to, and you may need to go to work the next day. And some employers don't allow you to come to work the next day, but in some cases you may have to, but just because you want to see if the rollout actually happened. And I mean, is it any type of kickback the day after, and you want to see if you need to roll back any type of applications, which brings us into backup plans. So going back to the rollout plan, if you roll out 50 and 21 of those machines just kind of crap out, they are unresponsive, you don't know what's going on with them. it's just it's just not starting off with a good thing, right? Then you need to stop your deployment and then go to your other plan that you have there, which is a backup plan. How do we roll back what we just did? How do we make sure we fix what we did because we didn't test this out properly? And we need to roll it back in order for someone to come into work the next day and work. So you need to have your backup plans written out to a T and understand when to go to those things and when to, not just kind of hold off on it. So even if it's like 13 PCs that's kind of, didn't take the software, maybe you look into why. Maybe it's they needed a reboot, maybe they went online, whatever the case may be. But if you got even like 13 out of the 20 that you I'm sorry, the 50 that you deployed to, 13 is kind of still over a 10% margin for me. So I'm still kind of weary on that. And if the second batch I still get another 13, then I'm probably gonna stop there and see what's actually going on, and hold that change for another. Also, you may have heard me call these maintenance windows. So these maintenance windows are not just for rolling out applications or doing any type of patching for the company. The maintenance windows could be for, uh, hey, we need to change something in our software. Nothing too big, maybe about 2 minute change. But that 2 minute change or in the configuration is going to cause a downtime and needs to reboot, right? So that maintenance window is there. And you'll put it for the whole night, but you may just need 20 minutes at the most, right? So all of them are not bad, and they're not you know, nightmares to do. You'll be actually glad that you actually have a change management system in place. Because if you didn't, and people were just making changes whenever they felt like it, then the things you have in place one morning could drastically change the next day, and you have no idea about it. Or um, something changes for someone else and they ask you, hey, what is the problem here? And you're actually blindsided by the change and you didn't see any of this coming. But a change management kind of brings everything to light. All right, let's talk about allowed and blocked list or changes. So they used to call this a white list and a black list, but over time they have changed the name to allowed and blocked. And they changed that name just, for the times that we live in, which I'm not mad at. But a lot of times you may hear older technicians call a block list a blacklist, and then a white list to be an allow list. Okay, so just understand that some people are trying to get away from the terminology and use allow and block, but just know that those two are, what it is. Now, when it comes to different allow lists, you're typically going to be talking about applications. And then if you're not talking about applications, you're talking about websites that you can go to. So applications are a lot easier to do, where we could just, go to our apps and we can create a default. Where is that? Add and remove apps, programs. That was the wrong thing. And so if we're working in a spot, we can, as an IT department, we can easily go through a default workstation that we want to use, and we can say, hey, all right, let's just go ahead and make out an allow list and put down what we want to keep here, and we'll make that to be the standard across the board. Make sure everybody can at least have these applications, and we'll create a block list that or a deny list, that if you put anything that's not on the allow list, it's not going to be accepted, or you need to have an exception put in order to have that software downloaded onto your PC. Because in some cases, yes, you are going to get some people that need to have a particular software to do their job, but let them put in a ticket to do so. Don't just always have a paper trail of why you're putting a software into your company, because if lo and behold that software becomes vulnerable and it creates a breach, they're going to look to see who brought it into the office. All right, and you don't want to have your name tied to that. Restarts, dependencies, and downtime. So we talked about the restarts and how important it is when it comes to change management. Sorry. And restarts are typically going to be every time you have a change going down that night. Just count on you having a restart. I would even go so far to say that you should do a restart, even if you don't need to restart on a change that you've done, because you never know. Sometimes these computers, especially these Windows computers, they have system flags in there, and these flags are kind of like a computer internally raising its hand, saying that I need to, go to the bathroom or something like that, right? And so it just sits there with his hands up. And sometimes these flags is just, I need to be restarted, but I don't have to be restarted, but I need to be restarted. You see it all the time when you look in your toolbar, and you'll see down here where it has that little amber light and it got the little recycle arrows on it. That's a flag showing that I need to restart, but you ain't got to right now. But whenever you do restart, I'll be glad to restart. So, when you have these maintenance windows, I would say, as a pro tip, just go ahead and recycle the or reboot each computer that you can. It's Yes, you may run into some issues where sometimes people leave their computers locked and not necessarily shut down. So if you recycle those machines, you may lose some information. That may be a thing. I'm not going to say that it's not. But I would also argue, if that's the case, then make sure that you put in a reboot every Sunday at 3 o'clock. So whoever leaves their computer on the network at 3 o'clock, whether it's in the daytime or night, just have it recycled, do a power cycle and reboot and clear any type of flags that may be there, so it can run smoothly throughout the week. The problem with that will be these legacy systems and applications. Sometimes these old systems that can't can't nobody do nothing about them, and they're just too old to take them out. And so it's a cornerstone of the doggone business. Rebooting those machines will be a nightmare. Excuse me. Rebooting those machines will be a nightmare, and they are typically only mastered by a handful of people. And so if you are aware of those machines, um I would stay away from them and get the people who understand them to reboot them if they can. If not, then just let them be. But just, typically these legacy systems that, they can't do anything about them. They're just out here just to be old. They shouldn't have any type of internet access to them, because if they do, then you're in a world of hurt. All right. Documentation and version control. Documentation is greatly needed, um, and it's a underappreciative skill. But if you have the documentation, I think you could bring in more new people into your team, and they can be able to get up the speed a lot quicker than this, waiting for experience to kick in and them to actually go across the problem 3 or 4 times in order to understand what to do next. Documentation can help people out through that transition of being a new person at work to being an experienced person at work. But like I said, it's an unappreciative skill because not everybody does it. It's too many times where I've seen people go to work and we just trying to get through the end of the day, and documentation is not part of that day. We're just not trying to, because it takes a lot just to kind of write down what's the steps to updating your cell phone. If you really think about what are the step by step steps, and then maybe throw in there what to do if this happens, what to do if that happens, um, and it could take away some time from you, and that could be precious time that you're solving another issue or what have you. So, um, with the change management, going back to change management, if you documentation should be a must. And you might want to have that before you go to the change management meeting. Um, but you want to have that documentation on hand when you're making a change, just in case you run into any issues. You can make the switch on the fly. Now, let's talk about version control, right? So when we're talking about version control, we're talking about typically we're talking about an application having some type of dang, I just had it. Talking about applications having some type of version attached to them. And so you'll see here how I got 3.2.0, 5.9.13, 4.204. These are version numbers. These typically go up over time, right? And let's just say let's take the EA app for example. The EA app would say, hey, the version number is 13. Matter of fact, let's do this. No. The version number is 13.380.0.5893. And let's just say they come out with an update on tomorrow. It will, depending on the change that they're going to make, will depend on the type of version number that they go up. What do I mean by that? If they keep everything the same 13, the same 380, the same 0, and then change in these last octet here, change the 5.8, keep the 5.8 and the 9 and change that to a 4, then that's a very minor change that they made to that application. And so as a IT department, since that change was so minor, maybe we don't have to update it. We don't have to necessarily go to the newest version. It's really not a major change. A major change will come if that 380 change into a 385 or 381, just to kind of keep it in the sequence. If that All of this changes to a 0, and then this goes up 1. Since it's one octet from, well, one decimal place from being into a whole number here, this is going to be a very significant change. And we may want to think about changing over or going up 1. Now, if that was the 13 was to change to a 14, that is a major change. You're typically going to see on a major change a whole different application. So to make it, let's go to the Aurora here, the Aurora service. This 3, if this 54 changes into a 55, we may not want to update it, right? Minor change. If that 07 changes to a 08, maybe we might look into it. But definitely, if that 3 changes to a 4, then we definitely want to make sure that we look into the changes, and then we go ahead and make the changes if necessary. Now, let me show you something. I think I'm gonna go with Brock. See if I can find it fairly quick. Trying to find some version numbers so we can take a look at them. Bear with me. So let's just say we go with the version 14 semantic endpoint protection, and they made a version change, and it's a minor one, minor change than what we already have, right? So uh, they haven't gone to version 15; they just still in the version 14. And the last time I worked with them, it was still in version 14. What we could do is that we can read the release notes, and we could see what changes that they have made um, in order to see if we want to implement the this new version into our systems. Let's go back one. And this is typical whenever you're implementing any type of new application. If you can get your hands on the release notes to understand what are you about to download. Let's go to VirtualBox. Trying to see if there's a. This will probably be in this. But your release notes will look similar to this, a PDF form, and it'll be just, with the table of contents and everything like that, and it will just tell you the changes throughout this PDF file. All that comes with the software that you're about to download. All right. So always remember that the release notes is going to be your best friend as far as what you're downloading, and then if it's worth you actually going up to the next version. With that being said, having the bleeding edge version is not necessarily something that is industry standard. What I've learned to be industry standard is having one version behind the latest and greatest version. And so if you're like in that semantic example, if semantic goes up to version 15 and everybody's celebrating the new version of 15, then we're not, as a company, we're not going to download version 15 until they come out with version 15.1. Right, so that's a significant change. It hasn't did a major change because it didn't go to 16. It went from version 15 to version 15.1, and so we will then go and get version 15. And the reason why you want to do that and stay one behind is because if there's, excuse me, if there's any vulnerabilities that come out, then they can pretty much be worked out in version 15, and you don't have to necessarily worry about it um, not being worked out in version 16, because this is a good way how you get 0 days. And y'all see me clip this piece right here. See how, in February, Patch Tuesday had fixed 4 days and 55 flaws. 0 days, if you guys remember, is a way that, it's a vulnerability that can't be fixed until the manufacturer comes up with some type of fix for it. So, but in the meantime, between time, you're just going to be out there up the creek, exposed to whatever, attacker that knows how to actually exploit this vulnerability. So, in order to alleviate that, we want to stay one version behind of what that's the actual bleeding edge, the latest and greatest. We want to just stay one version behind. Now, you could take that same approach when it comes to your phones and to your tablets too. If the Apple phone comes out with a new version and you want it, you want those new features that comes on with it, the new fonts or the new feature that comes on with your text, your iMessages, then you might want um, the latest and greatest update. But if that comes with a 0 day the next week, I don't think you can roll back. I think you're just gonna have to live with that until Apple comes out with another update. Then you have to update to the bleeding edge again. So just keep those things in mind when working in a business environment. We're staying on one version behind. All right, let's jump into automation